that this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will be able to live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Isn't it sad that 62 years later, we're still talking about what Dr. Martin Luther King said again in another environment? I'm tired of marching for something that should have been mine from birth. And we see all kinds of things happening. So I was inspired to want to be in that spot. So I'm speaking to you today from inspirations that I picked up by just being in that very spot. I will share the photos later so that you will be able to see some of the things that have been put there by the community and by people who have come from all over the place, representing a cry for justice and a cry for us to get along. It's sad that sometimes by just walking out there and breathing and having a dark skin gets you into trouble. I know there's a lot of colorization that happens, you know, this is black and this is white. By the way, I never knew that I was black until I started interacting with other people from other cultures who did not look like me. Growing up in Zimbabwe, I always referred to myself as African. I never thought that I would be regarded as black. But this is the world in which we live, where people have colorized others. And yet I wake up black, and I am black 24/7. I did not choose to be black, but God created me this way. And some of the other people now, we call them colored people. We call them, you know, people of different colors. And yet this is something that we cannot change. I remember the words of my mother, who used to say, son, there are some people who may choose not to like you or to love you, but they cannot choose how you are going to respond. And I think in gathering today, we are making a statement about how we are to respond. The days of yelling at each other and just saying whatever I think, even though it's annoying, they're gone. We're talking about dialogue. We're talking about influencing one another so that we can live together in harmony. Now, so oftentimes I say, well, if you have a problem with somebody's skin color, you need to talk to God. Because it is God who has made us who we are. I like the Ubuntu philosophy and concept that comes out of South Africa, where we are to acknowledge one another and realize that I am because we are. And we are because you are, I am, we're in this pot together. I know some people quickly look at that and they say, well, you know what, you're becoming religious, you know, let's take religion out of this. By the way, and some people have actually concluded that, you know, you're brainwashed. By the way, everybody's brainwashed. You just have to decide what you're going to wash your brains with. Some of us have decided to wash our brains with the truth that comes from God's word, and we don't apologize for it. I don't apologize for it. But having been in this spot, there were a number of things that came to mind, and I'd like to do justice because we are surrounded by this cloud of witnesses, brothers and sisters who are going to be speaking and sharing with us their journeys so that we influence one another in the right direction today. So when I think of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, who stood up and he said, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. It is true, isn't it, that diversity is a reality, but inclusion is a choice. And so having been in this sacred position in Minneapolis, right at that intersection of East 30th Street and Chicago Avenue, I'd like to leave you with 5 things. The first one for me is we need to understand that we need each other, even though sometimes we needle each other. And I say this to us as a community, and I say this to the police as well, that we need each other. We need to see ourselves as being on the same team. It's very, very important that we approach race matters from the point of saying we need each other. Let me move to the second one. We need to learn to humanize our interactions. Brothers and sisters, I cannot say this enough. We need to humanize our interactions. I say to the police, first and foremost, you are a human being who happens to be a police officer. You were not born a police officer. You are a human being who happens to be a police officer. So don't let the uniform define you, but put humanity into this uniform so that you humanize your interactions with others. And the same thing to us. In my role, I've served as a chaplain with York Regional Police, and I was proud of those 20 years I served with them. One of the things that became very, very apparent and obvious to me is that in my moving around and serving the police officers and their families and the community, I discovered that some of us are very, very rude to police officers. Oh, yes, there's a reason why some of us have arrived at that. But I just want to remind us that that kind of an approach will not help us. We need to humanize our interactions. The police need to understand that you're dealing with human beings in the community. In the midst of all the hypervigilance surrounding the work that you do, you are dealing with human beings. And us as community, we need to understand that these are our brothers and sisters, and it has to be mutual. So the police doesn't have it all together. The community doesn't have it all together. We need to come together to work together. And we do that by humanizing our interactions. And it's very, very important. The days of bashing each other, we need to put them on the shelf, and we need to have dialogues. We need to create a safe environment where we can have conversations that help us to move forward. And this is the same message I'm saying to my brothers and sisters who serve as police officers on the continent of Africa, my mother continent. I say to them, let's not pick up what we learned from colonization. We need to approach this matter from a serving perspective, servant leaders. The community needs to embrace that, and our police officers need to embrace that. Let me move on to the third. We need to make a mark without leaving scars. We need to make marks on people without leaving scars. I learned this from a brother who served very well with the Jamaica Constabulary Police Force. And these are important concepts that we need to understand, that in our interactions, leave a mark, not a scar. There are many people who are hurting. We need to make sure that we are making a difference in the world. And that starts by understanding we need each other. We need to humanize our interactions, and we need to make a mark without leaving a scar. Number 4, I was inspired that
sorry to interrupt you there, Dr.
Yes,
Francis, because the Governor General is ready to take the stage.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to flush out 1 or 2 things, if you allow me. What did you feel? You and I spoke about this already, and I think it's very powerful. Quickly, in a minute or so, what did you feel just being on the spot where a knee took out the life of another fellow human being who looked exactly like you?
Brother Alex.
And what should we, that's what you feel is what is going to inspire some people here today. We may not have the chance to go there. Now you've kind of challenged me. When I go there, I have to go see the place. What did you feel?
Thank you, Brother Alex Iham. I appreciate that. It was one of the most inspiring moments for me to internalize, having watched the videos and all the surrounding information that has been shared, to be in that spot and understand that someone woke up one morning going about what they wanted to do, and this happened and life was snapped out of them. When I think of being a voice of hope, I walked away from there saying, we live in a very racially divided world. And it is very, very important that we learn to put ourselves in the shoes of other people. Empathy, sympathy, recognizing people and treating them as human beings is something that is non-negotiable. And I think it's very, very important that even for myself, being in that spot, I actually had tears come down because I closed my eyes, I stood there and I sat down, imagining here's someone who is crying out to his mama, I can't breathe, and nobody is listening. And I'm saying to myself, here you have people who are surrounding you, but they're not hearing you. My brothers and sisters, we need to learn to hear one another. We need to hear one another verbally. We need to hear one another emotionally, and we need to hear one another socially. We have to put ourselves in other people's shoes.
And I know this is what you do for a living, right? You're a wellness expert and spiritualist and certainly a consultant and all that. One advice for those who are going through racism. I spoke to somebody, they are crying. You heard Nicholas. Racism is not an opinion. The New York State, Ontario, many places in the world have said mental health issues faced by Black people, racism is one of the top reasons for that. So how do we protect ourselves? I'm going to be on the plane. They're going to just racialize me. I'm going to see that they're going to ask me my ticket 100 times. How do we protect? Just one advice so that we round up and prepare. I'm texting the Governor General's office as I'm speaking as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. One of the things we need to do, we ought to be equipped ourselves with mental, emotional, and behavioral wellness. Now, this is something that just doesn't happen. And I'm thinking you and I, Brother Ihama, we need to find ways to create opportunities to equip ourselves with these tools.
So no, but what is one tool? One tool. So for me, I was speaking to this woman yesterday. I said, when they racialize me, right on the spot, all eyes on me, I say, I take a deep breath. I'll take another one if I'm still on fire. That's a tool. It works for me. It works for some people I've told. Now, I want to believe that's not the only tool you use when you are in a spot of racism. I say, I don't open my mouth until I feel I have my emotions under control. That is another tool, right? That's like, I don't, like, you know, you can say, hey, Black monkey. Even if it's just me and you there, anything I say will be used against me in the court of God. It doesn't have to be in the court of law. It will be used against me in my own court. So I take a deep breath. And sometimes I say nothing, I just walk away. And sometimes I walk away and I do something. And sometimes I walk away and I do nothing. And sometimes I deal with it on the spot. I've had emails of apology from the CEO of British Airways. I've had email of apology from the CEO of Air Canada. I've had Hilton Hotel send me $10,000. And in my next event, they fried plantain and cook African food. We paid about $70,000. And we told them we don't want white food. No disrespect, I eat that every day in every restaurant. I say I want Jamaican food and African food. And on the day they say, oh, our chef can't do it. And they gave us mashed potatoes and beef that had no seasoning in it. I'm serious. They know I went after them. I went after the head of Hilton. Literally, they sent me a $10,000 check, apologized, asked me to do it there again. And they cook fried plantain, rice and peas, and chicken. So sometimes you get it there. So please, quickly, so we can.
You're absolutely right. I'm
So
glad
just
you
one, two. Yeah, you have 10 seconds. Go.
I appreciate that. One of the things I think that I use myself is to de-escalate the situation. In other words, you have to quickly understand that I need to be in control. I'm not giving them power. So the way I respond, not in a yelling back, but talking to them. Sometimes I use sentences like, it is sad that some people choose to treat other people like this, and yet we are all human beings, part of the human race. So de-escalation is very important. The tone of voice you use is very, very important. It'll make other people see that you are in control, because the yelling, there are times when you have to raise your voice, but I really believe that de-escalation is one of the techniques that should or could be part of this whole journey that we are on. Just to be able to say, it is sad that you choose to treat other people like this. So you're talking, not yelling at them. You're not shouting at them, but you are talking to them. So there are times when you need to speak back, talk back and not just be silent. But I appreciate the other points you made. So thank you very much, my brother. I know you said I take
absolutely. So let me thank you for the work you're doing. Absolutely fantastic, fantastic. You are shuttling between Canada and America, and then also in the indigenous community, you're doing a lot of work. Through your LinkedIn ID on the chat, for those on LinkedIn, connect with Dr. Francis Mpidu, a very polished, I would say, social justice advocate. Pressing on. My brother, thank you so much.
Thank you, brother Alex, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Trying to bring on Odessa, if you are there, the Governor General's assistant is sending me text that she's here. I'm not sure what ID that will be. So Odessa, please help me out, or my team members that are there. She's doing the same link. Does she need to enter a code or something? Please send link. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So while I'm trying to sort this out, she's having difficulty joining. Okay. Let me. Greg, I know you're there. I meant to actually call you. It's interesting that you showed up. I'm not sure, Greg Bickert, if you are able to unmute yourself, certainly why I take care of this situation.
How you doing, brother Alex?
Yes. Where are you? Are you here? Is it me? What's with me and some today? Are you on camera? Oh no, you can't?
Oh no, I'm not on camera, but I'm here, man, supporting you.
Okay, so I know you and your daughter are doing some work regarding this. You have sent to me regarding this social justice. What are you doing? How are you involving the young people? And how's that going? Quickly, I give you about 2 minutes to do that. I want to sort out the Governor General.
Okay, yeah, it's myself and my sister, actually. We're educational consultants. The name of our company is Burkett Educational Consultants. And really what we do is we write curriculum, and we work with Nelson Education, Defining Moments Canada, and other companies. Our goal is to try to infuse the Black Canadian experience in the educational system from kindergarten to grade 12. We call it the vertical cross-curricular approach, so that students and educators understand that Black history isn't something, particularly Canadian Black history, isn't something that should be relegated to 1 month or in one specialty course, but it's something that needs to be infused in our curriculum from kindergarten to grade 12.
And
all
why is that
subject
and why is
areas.
that important, Greg? Tell us, why is that important what you do?
Because we live in a society that often practices anti-Black racism, and we need our young people to understand that this is not right. We need them to understand that from an early age, and the best way to do that is through education, right? And we believe that again, it needs to show up in every subject area, not just in one subject, but across all disciplines, so that young people and educators understand the contributions that Black people have made to this country. We've been here for 400 years, and we're not going anywhere. And Canada wouldn't be what it is without us.
Thank you for sharing with us, Greg. Just a quick question. Are you able to share your LinkedIn and some contact information in the chat? Some people are just requesting it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, I'll put our website as well as yeah, LinkedIn and also my IG as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Advan. Advan? Yes. Okay. Come up and do your presentation. I'm still taking care of this issue here. Okay, so quickly, Adavan is a professor in many universities, in many areas in life, author of many books, crazy guy, crazy, spends his time in Gin and Finch, helping young marginalized people through sports, academia, and many other things. He's the executive director of an organization. I'll let you say that and talk about leadership activism. Over to you for about 10 minutes, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for Alex and the team. It's been an honor to see the growth of the event from the first year to now, and for your transformative leadership in all the spaces and both through these virtual and in-person events you've had. So for me, I was born in Iran and I immigrated to Canada in 1998, and I grew up across many racialized communities in the education and the sports sector. And so currently I'm a professor at Wilfrid Laurier University, teaching folks who are becoming teachers, as well as being the manager of research, evaluation, and knowledge mobilization at YACE, which stands for Youth Association for Academics, Athletics, and Character Education. And I'll put some links in the chat shortly after my talk, so folks can kind of check out some of those websites. I wanted to briefly talk about this concept of activist leadership. It's based on a new book I did with colleagues Zora Bowie, Andrew Campbell, and Stephanie Tudors, and just share a short poem to kind of plant some seeds as you're going to hear from such a great speakers that Alex and the team have curated for us to continue this work. And I think the work is often emotionally exhausting and challenging, as the previous guests have talked about. It's often an uphill battle. So spaces like this kind of nourish the soul. They kind of refill your cup, and your cup has to be full if you're going to pour into others and challenge and go uphill. And so it's important, I think, that we take some time and recognize what are our own triggers, like Alex and Francis were saying, in the moment. How do we control our emotions so it doesn't control us? How do we control our reactions? How do we strategize so we are effective? And I think part of activist leadership is it's going beyond just pointing out what's the problem. I think that was great 10 years ago. I think we need to continue to push that conversation now and the scholarship to now say, here are the solutions. And of course, there's no one magical solution. I work in school and I work in communities and I consult other agencies. So Everybody needs to kind of plant and invest in the spaces they're in where they've already cultivated trust and connect with others, and we need that collective effort. So I'm just going to read one small section. You might say, well, what is activist leadership? And in this book, we define it as such. And I put a link in the chat. This is the book cover. Activist leadership is about aligning policy, practices, um, and reforms to meet the unique need of schools relative to the larger community where they are situated within, including the degree and magnitude of systemic barriers influencing teaching and learning conditions within the school community ecosystem. So I use that word a lot, ecosystem. Like when we talk about policing or the quality of education, you have to also look at the conditions around that institution, right? So you can't just think about, you can't try to resolve the problems in a school without addressing some of the systemic barriers that impact that unique community. So we want you to start thinking about ecosystem. What are the relationship between the people, the space, you know, even the physical space? Does it allow people to gather and have conversations and all those things? Activist leadership works where such policies and practices that are not inclusive do not exist. Activist leadership works to create them with community and in partnership with people with relevant lived experiences. Where such policies and practices exist, but fall short of meeting the needs of various stakeholders by being inequitable, activist leadership works to amend and reform them in meaningful ways that center the voices and needs of people, particularly in vulnerable circumstances and traditionally, historically marginalized. So I'm going to read this kind of a brief poem, but you know, every time I poeted an academic book, I try to disrupt and make the knowledge more accessible, and we end with a poem. So I just want to encourage you to maybe, as you're engaging with the speakers, you know, write down a few things that stick out to you as punchlines and revisit them a month from now, 3 months from now, a year from now. That's kind of how you continue to add to your toolbox, right? You know, write down some goals you have and start with small steps, and then, you know, embark on this path doing, you know, EDI work or transformative work. It's a journey, and it starts with kind of the small steps. So the poem is called Activist Leadership, a poem for scholar, activists, school leaders, and community practitioners. And here's how it goes. Activism can have positive and negative connotations. Who controls the narrative and the discourse, and through what mediums and strategies? There is a price to pay for stating unpopular opinions. How much can you sacrifice and for how long? Fear of consequences is real. These are questions you have to grapple with as you strategize how to lead and for what purposes. It begins with listening and awareness. Curate spaces to center counter narratives, just like on this call today. Suspend judgment. Seek to understand by asking meaningful and constructive questions. Lead with courage despite fear and having much to lose. Decolonize curriculum, decolonize leadership, model vulnerability, lead by example. Students who are seekers of knowledge express who they are with a roar, activists in the making, navigating digital platforms and aligning their actions with their passion, striving to be more. Cultivate courage in brave spaces to raise and amplify their meaningful actions and voice. Show love, anger, frustration, and resistance in different forms, modeling what it takes to make a choice. So school leaders, educators, parents, youth, everyone else, embrace the journey and seek the truth. Pre-COVID, post-pandemic, through it all, activist leadership shall stand tall, for bravery is not just a single act. It is the growth and the metamorphosis to adapt over time and the will to pivot and react with intentionality. So embrace the journey, come what may, for in unity we will find our way. To lead with authenticity, a paramount art, embracing one's identity, a courageous start. Sometimes in the forefront, guiding the way, other times making space, allowing others to lead the way and sway. Activism in leadership, it's a vital thread, a spectrum of voices where ideas spread. collaborating with parents, community agencies, and more in the school community ecosystem, a bond to restore. Knowing when to lead and when to yield, activist leaders, this wisdom they wield, for it is in the authentic and reciprocal alliance families and students find voice, leading to improvements in the school community ecosystem and a reason to rejoice. And I know I got 10 seconds, so wrapping up with this. So to those who lead through activism in the face of fear and dismay, you are activist warriors who paved the way. We salute you. Your courage inspires, your actions ignite a future where injustice is not the norm, and instead justice shines bright. All right, thank you,
Wow.
Alex.
Yeah. So you said your courage, what ignites your that line? Can you quickly say that last line you said?
A future where injustice is not the norm. Oh, your courage inspires, your actions ignite. A future where injustice is not the norm, and instead justice shines bright. So justice is the
You
norm.
just described the Honorable Governor General. Can you read it again slowly, not as to everybody at this time? Read it with poise and elegance to our Honorable Governor General. Like speak it, say it to her. Your courage ignites. It's true. I'm not just saying this. Her courage ignites. I'm on fire. You thought I was on fire? Wait when she speaks. You need fire brigade to stop it. Go ahead, read it to her. I'm giving you the honor of reading
thank you.
the passage
I'm
of
a
your
big
book.
fan. It's an honor to be on the call with you, Honorable Michelle Jean. And so the line says, your courage inspires and your actions ignite a future where injustice is not the norm and instead justice shines bright. And we're grateful for your leadership and all the advocacy you've done in your various roles. With that, I pass it on to Alex and to you. We're looking forward to hearing what you have to say to inspire us and lead
Thank
us.
you, Dr. Advan. Great job. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you.
Like, you don't need any introduction, but there are people joining from Nigeria, Jamaica, and some other places. So I would have to introduce you, and you are playing on YouTube. My whole family is watching you on the big screen. People are watching you on YouTube all over. I must say, allow me to say this, you don't age. Like, you've been doing this forever, and your message has been consistent. Your courage, as you said, ignites. Your presence is almost holy, I must say. Like your so for those watching her, she have just a few minutes here with us. So quickly, you're looking at the 27th Governor General of Canada. She's the first Black person to have ever held the role, originally from Haiti, and she has worked her way through so many, I say, trials and tribulation to get to where she's at. Still advocating. She could have just retired to some fancy place like Bahamas, but she's still advocating. She was the UNESCO Special Envoy for Haiti, 2010 to 2014, the third Secretary General of La Francophone, 2014 to 2018. Continues, and what I love about you, you always put your family, my husband, you are very family oriented as well. So it's my great honor. We've been trying to get you for 5 years. Just you may not know this, but we've been trying to get you for 5 years. So when we got the call yesterday that you'll be making some time for us today, I just took it as a confirmation from my God that we're on the right track. So please, everybody on the chat right now, just put one, put as much ones because you can unmute yourself as a welcome. If you can do the emojis of love, please welcome our Governor General, Michael Jean. Bonjour, je parle français aussi. I see to Apple de temps. I can ask 1 or 2 questions after your speech, but let me let you go ahead with your welcome message.
Merci beaucoup, Alex. Chers amis, bonjour. Dear friends, good morning. First, I want to say how honored I am to receive the Nation Builders Award in Social Justice from the Canadian Congress on Inclusive Diversity and Workplace Equity. And I thank you for this recognition, which I accept with humility and with the shared conviction that this work is far from over and demands that we remain close, that we remain united. As we gather to honor the life of George Floyd, we are remembered painfully that racism continues to destroy lives. His murder shook the world, not because it was exceptional, but because it laid bare for all to see a truth too many live with every day. Racism destroys lives. Racism kills. I know that truth in my body. Just a few days ago, last Friday, in fact, I was thrown out of a car by a rideshare driver, an Uber driver, a white man who refused to accept a gentle, polite suggestion about which route to take. For context, I was coming out of an intervention in my right shoulder that left me in acute pain, and I could not use that arm. I told the driver about my condition and in a soft voice asked him if he could take a different route. The road we were on was bumpy. So I, the Black woman, giving directions in her own city, how dare I? Know your place, lady. Il arrive à certains de penser, oh, Michael Jean, 27e gouverneur général du Canada, est certainement à l'abri des agressions racistes. Indeed, some people may think, oh, Michael Jean, 27th Governor General of Canada is certainly safe from racist attacks. The violent rage that followed left me shaken. What I read in the eyes of this man was zero empathy. He shouted at me, "What's wrong with you? I take the route I want." He stopped his car very abruptly and asked me to get out. Get out of my car. He turned his head towards me. The rage on his face total, and shouted again and again, "Get out of my car." And how he stared at me as I struggled to open the door with my left arm, since I could not move my right one and had to use my foot to get the door open. And here I was on the sidewalk of a busy avenue, shaking. The city suddenly felt different. It felt unsafe. I felt like I didn't belong anymore. Know your place, lady. I had no choice but to call for another Uber car. The driver who picked me up was a man of color. He tried his best to console me. As I shared with him what I had just experienced and could not stop crying. There was the physical pain, the violence, the humiliation. So let me take a moment to say this, because I know many of you have been there too. After a shock like that, the mind replays it over and over and over. Should I have said more? Should I have stayed? Should I have fought back? But these are not failures. They are human reactions to dehumanizing treatment. When aggression strikes, our bodies do what they must to survive. Sometimes we freeze, sometimes we step away, sometimes we protect ourselves through silence. We must not let shame grow in the place where dignity was attacked. Racism is frequent in our industry, madame, said the second driver. Don't let this racist man destroy you. You must report him to Uber. This behavior is just unacceptable. And he continued as I was crying. He drove me home, opened the door for me, helped me. But you know, I'm still shaken by this incident. I reported it to Uber, got a word of apology and a refund for the short ride that clearly indicated something went wrong. But you know, today is not about me. Car il est une vérité lourde comme le genou sur la jugulaire. Si j'espère aujourd'hui la vague qui me rincera de cette offense que j'ai vécue. George Floyd, lui, a supplié dans la violence. Il a suffoqué, il y a laissé sa vie. For there's a truth as heavy as the knee on the jugular. And if I hope today for the waves that will rinse me of offense, I remember how George Floyd begged in violence. We remember how he suffocated, how he lost his life. While some wounds may still hope to be washed clean, George Floyd had no such mercy. With the weight of a truth we all carry pressed on his neck, he paid with his life. As we are commemorating the assassination of George Floyd, every single incident is a bitter reminder that racism, far from receding, still runs rampant in the everyday. For broader context, we are witnessing a wave of hateful rhetoric, disinformation, and violence unleashed on immigrants and refugees, especially south of our border. I mean, the United States. And these are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of a deeper, more sinister tide. Racism uninhibited, unchallenged, is a gateway to fascism. It is a lesson history teaches us again and again, that we must remain vigilant and we must act. Now, more than ever, we need alliances across nations, communities, and peoples. Alliances rooted in justice, rooted in solidarity and shared living. It is in this spirit that the 5th edition of the National Black Canadian Summit, organized by my foundation, the Mikhailian Foundation for the Eradication of Racial Discrimination, will take place in Winnipeg in September 18 to 20, 2026. I know that some of you are not in Canada, some of you watching are not in Canada and participating in this virtual conference. But this major mobilization in Canada that the National Black Canadian Summit represent for the eradication of racial discrimination is not just an event. It's not just a moment, it's a movement. And there in Winnipeg, we will seal an unprecedented alliance between Black and Indigenous communities. Peoples who have long borne the brunt of colonialism, exclusion, and systemic violence. We are coming together to chart a common path of healing, resistance, and reconciliation. Because quite simply, solidarity is the remedy. Mobilization is the remedy. A movement against racism is the remedy. In a piece I co-authored with the Innu leader, Indigenous leader and Senator Michelle Taina Odette, we wrote, "We, the dispossessed, robbed of our humanity, whom colonialism sought to decerebrate, yet we resisted and survived. We know the power that rose from our struggles and achievements, but no one comes out unscathed from centuries of atrocities. Today's racism still reeks on yesterday's racism." We spoke as women who have lived this violence, who still feel its bite, who have had to rebuild ourselves again and again. Let me be clear. Exclusion is not a passive condition. It is violence. It isolates, it humiliates, it erases and destroys. And the cost of this exclusion is borne by society as a whole. A deficit of justice, a deficit of vision, a deficit of democracy, a deficit of possibility. And our demand is simple. We keep saying it. Nothing about us without us. Justice, equity, dignity. These are not issues for Indigenous peoples, for Black communities, for immigrants or refugees. These are matters of humanity, matters of democracy, matters that concern the society we all want to live in. So friends, I salute your continued efforts. Let us move forward in truth, in courage, and in unity. Let us offer the world the greater total of our full humanity and the strength in unity we so urgently need. I will stop there and thank you very much. Merci infiniment.
Thank you so much, Governor General. And I apologize. Like we apologize to each other. Like what you went through, not just my heart. People are putting crying faces on the chat. People are watching you. My family from England, they are watching you right in the other. Everybody's watching you all over the world. My mom out there, like they're all watching you all over. Like everybody, you're on YouTube, and your story. What can we say? There's nothing else to just add to it. Many things I took, too many nuggets. I'm going to watch your brief message multiple times, but one that just struck out. It says racism is violence, exclusion is violence, and we need to treat it as such, because what you went through was a violent attack on your personality. And I know you're strapped for time, you have to go. I'm going to bring Patricia Bibia to come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of the Canadian Congress. Patricia has been doing a great work as well with regards to that. Patricia, I don't know if you can unmute yourself, but let me read the citation from the award that we gave to you. And we thank you that you got it. I hope you get to read my book. I gave you 2 books, I think. I'm writing the 3rd one, and I'll be honored for you to read that as well. I said, the Honorable Governor General, beyond your numerous achievements, your pragmatic approach to advancing multicultural communication, community development, and social justice aligns closely with the philosophy upheld by the Canadian Congress. As the first person of African heritage to serve as Canada's Governor General, you have championed inclusion and diversity. Through your roles with the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie and UNESCO, you have empowered global communities and highlighted the importance of cultural exchange and education. Your advocacy, supported by your extensive experiences in journalism and documentary filmmaking, has brought long overdue recognition to marginalized community. First, the Francophone, and now everyone. And for that, I say thank you. I know there's so much. Please, if you have a question, put them on the chat. We are not going to have that opportunity today, but I'm in touch with our office and I will file all your questions. So put them on the chat or email me and I will file it. Since you are a journalist and a movie making, I brought Patricia Bibi. I'm not sure if you're aware of her work as the co-founder of Afro Global TV, which is the only 24-hour Black TV station in Canada. She's been speaking on media for almost 40 years. I know she looks 15. There's a story she told me about you, and she says I've heard her say this in speaking. She speaks as well. She says, "Oh, do you know?" I can't mimic you, but I'm gonna try. Do you know, like the Governor General, when they made her a governor, I can't believe it. And the newspaper said, from the something of Haiti to the parliament. What has refugee in Haiti got to do? Why can't we just celebrate Black people without going to news that try to demean them? On one hand, you want to acknowledge them. On the other hand, you're taking away the acknowledgement. That's she's spoken about you, used you as an example for so many times. Patricia, please, vote of thanks. Say a word to the Governor General, vote of thanks, so she can head on her day.
Hi, Patricia. Thank you.
Hi. Well, what an honor to be here in this Zoom call with you. You're one of the people I respect so much. I'm so inspired by you and your passion, your leadership, and your commitment to social justice. I remember many years ago, we worked with the Michael John Foundation and the Federation for Black Canadians to create the Decade video. And that was the first time I met you. And I'm so in awe of everything that you stand for and do. Thank you so much for gracing this event with your presence. When we look at you and what you do and all that you stand for, it actually gives us hope and also inspires us to continue to be resilient in pursuing social justice and ensuring that everyone has equal opportunity. And thanks for being vulnerable today and sharing your story. Because sometimes when we see people like yourself, we think that you don't go through some of the things that we go through, and a lot of people go through on the grassroots level. But thanks for sharing and for opening your heart and your sincerity and kind heart and who you are as a person shows forth in everything that you do. And Alex said something earlier that you have almost like a holy presence. And I must say, it's just your heart that shows through. Thank you so much. We're so proud, to know you, to have you in Canada as a Canadian, and a global leader. All your escapades globally just speaks, to the great and amazing individual and human being that you are. I must say that you're one of the best global citizens that the world has ever experienced. And thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you, Patricia. As you can see, from the story I shared with you, that recent incident, it's never over. It's never over. My daughter, Eden, a beautiful young Black woman with energy, is experiencing things that I've put so much energy to fight, and I can see how much the fight needs to continue. How much we need to remain vigilant. you know, for my daughter to be insulted in a drugstore, and to hear someone saying, "Why did you have to serve that nigger girl before me?"
Wow.
I could have said, "Why did you have, to call me the N-word?" No, I'll say it the way it was said. Why did you have to serve that nigger girl before me?
Oh. Oh.
But what we teach our children is how to answer back and stay straight. And what she did is exactly that. She said, "How did you call me?" She said, "Lady, listen, this is not the 16th century. This is not the 17th, 18th, 19th century. This is the 21st century. And since you're calling me that way and insulting me, this is how I'm going to call you. And this is how I call people like you. You are a vulture." So what is vulture? A vulture can take away everything from you, try to destroy you, try to break you, devour you. And this is what racism is about. And again, we're all in this fight together. No matter where we stand, no matter who we are, what our journey has been about, we're all in this fight together because it's a major one. Even the words we are using today. Regime. Today, in the United States, you cannot use these words. And he is obsessed. Today's racism, very similar to yesterday's racism. Our children are living it. As we are getting older, are still living it. So this is how important this fight is about. This is how important every word, every gesture matters. And we will continue. So I will stop there because
Yes. Pauline?
But thank you, Alex, for
Yes.
opening this space. Thank you for contributing to this important platform that we need to come together and unite our voices.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we are going to be in touch with your office to support those initiatives. I say we are going to be in touch with your office to support those initiatives you mentioned. Certainly, I would love to be there. We are going to promote it, and I'm on your newsletter, so we'll be getting it. I'm not quickly. I know I'm not sure if you and Pauline have been in contact. She's the head, or was the head of the BBPA.
Yes.
She actually took BBPA from ground zero. So I saw her join because she's going to speak. I know, Pauline, 2 seconds, please, so that the Governor General can go.
No, I'm so happy when I heard yesterday that our honorable, and it will still be, that you're going to be a part of our discussions today. And I hope you remember that you were our keynote speaker at the BBPA Hydroom Awards. And I was really impressed when you accepted that invitation. And you have really made us proud as a Black woman. You have done such an amazing job as our Governor General. And I just want to say thank you. And you know, after the position, you still continue to work in this space and answering to the call to Alex to be on this platform today. I think it tells the kind of person you are. And to, you know, as to my sister Patricia said, allow yourself to be so vulnerable and giving us your story. And I know I came in at the tail end, but just to let us know, what worries me is that, you know, every time we're about the journey continues, but every time we step into a space and we think that we're here to help to ensure that the next generation is better off, and you see the things that come up in this generation, and you wonder, where are we going? After understanding our history, where we have come from, and at this stage, we're still experiencing, like your daughter, you know, the experiences that she has experienced, and all of us around this virtual table. It says that we have a lot of work to do. And we want to thank you for allowing us to understand that it's not happening only at the ground level. It's happening at all the different levels right up to the top. And we got to find a way to stop it. So thank you for being a part of our journey, and thank you for being a part of the channel to ensure that these things are stopped. Because racism needs to be obliterated. And we have to continue to do what we need to do. So thank you again. And
Okay,
thanks
thank
to
you,
everybody
Governor
who has
General.
been a part of the conversation so early, you know, because I had to do the grandmother duties. So sorry for being late.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor
Thank you
General.
very much.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I
thank
hope
you
to
so
see you in
much.
Winnipeg.
Okay, God bless
Thank
you.
you. Have a
Uh,
nice day.
Okay.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yes, everybody on the chat, put on the chat 111 again as the Governor General exits the building. Come on, how many ones can you put? Love sign emoji. Go ahead for those who can do it. The emojis and things. So thank you so much. Thank you, Governor General. God bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. J'étais à Paris pour 5 ans. Ça, c'est pourquoi je parle français. Tous les temps, quand j'ai visité Montréal, I have my own experiences there, crazy in the drugstore as well. So, but I'll let you go. We'll be in touch, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Now we have the Diversity Institute. Where is my dear friend Nancy? Nancy. Yes, we've always had Dr. Wendy Suki, and I know you're all always looking forward to Dr. Wendy Suki. I did not ask her because she would have come. She always says, when Alex calls, I show. I decided to give the opportunity to Nancy Mitchell. For those of you who don't know her, she's a bullet. That's it. That's all I can say. Just a bullet. You point her in a direction, that's what you get. She's the Director of Special Projects at the Diversity Institute, Toronto Metropolitan University. She just came from, I think, the 4th session of anti-Black racism work in the United Nations, going around. Nancy, I admire you, just so you know. Yes, you are going to be remembered as we remember the heroes of our time. It's true. Some may look at you that you're young. Age to me is just a number. I didn't ask Wendy, just so you know. I came straight for you, right? So it's not Wendy that says I should ask you or anything like that. It's my respect for you. A lot of people, I read your work and it's brilliant. And today, Nancy, on behalf of the Toronto Metropolitan University Diversity Institute, for those of you who don't know, you should know. I don't know if you have any of your team member on the Zoom so they can put your link there. That's where we get our data. Any data that is not from Diversity Institute, I don't trust it. That's the truth. They've been doing this for 40 years under the leadership of Dr. Wendy Suki. And today she's going to present what we call the SOBA report. I read it. You know, when you asked me, oh, Alex, you're just following up. You may have missed my email. I did send you an email on a Saturday morning. Yes, I woke up on a Saturday. You're muted, by the way. I woke up on a Saturday morning and I read it. 111 pages or something like that. So 100 and something pages. I just kept going, I'm like, wow, this is insane. I'll let her introduce the SOBA report and I'll let her take it off from here. Nancy Mitchell, Diversity Institute, put on the chat 33333. That's her. Yeah, 3333. So we just put on the chat to welcome her. Over to you, Nancy. Take it off from here.
Thank you so much. That's such a kind introduction. I'm happy to be here. Let me just pull up my screen and we can go through the SOBA report. Okay, great. So I won't take too much of your time. I think I have about 20 minutes. I wanted to share a little bit about our SOBR report and some of the data that we've been collecting. So our SOBR report is the state of Black economics in Canada. And it's a report that we'll be doing this year, but we hope to continue it in subsequent years. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because we know that data is not always available, disaggregated data in particular. Like sometimes there's data that exists on the experiences of people broadly, but not necessarily disaggregated for the Black community, and not necessarily disaggregated even further for Black women, Black people of different religions, etc. And we also know that data is not always accessible. Like I'm not a data scientist by any means. And I think that as a result, it's really important for us to be developing and sharing data that's accessible, understandable, free from jargon, easy to understand, easy to read, et cetera, so that you can actually take that data and use it to back up your evidence-based strategies. Something I'll also say is that I feel as though I'm preaching a little bit to the choir here. Like I know that I don't need to convince anyone on the line that anti-Black racism is alive and well in Canada, and it manifests into our various systems, like our education systems, employment, leadership, and so forth. So what I hope to do today is to just share with you some of the updated data that comes from our SOBR report. And in the hopes that you're able to then kind of like take that away. If you want to read the report, you can. I'll pop it in the chat after, and that you can leverage this in your conversations moving forward and some of the evidence-based strategies that you develop moving forward. Just a little bit about us, although there was a really kind introduction already, so thank you. So we're the Diversity Institute. We were founded in 1999 by Dr. Wendy Secure. We exist within Toronto Metropolitan's Ted Rogers School of Management. And what that really means is that we do recognize that EDIA and anti-racism is important from a human rights perspective and from a moral perspective, but it's also the smart thing to do. And when you actually have people in all the diversity around the decision-making table, you're better placed to come up with innovative strategies. You're better placed to attract a broad talent base. You're better placed to support your consumers, etc. So that's just a little bit of a note on our positionality when it comes to this kind of work. So this is our State of Black Economics report. It was published recently. It's in English and French, and it really speaks to the experiences of Black individuals in education, employment, leadership, and entrepreneurship. It includes data from Statistics Canada, as well as our own Diversity Institute data, and then some of the data that exists across other sources. And it has both a quantitative and a qualitative lens. So there's tons of graphs, et cetera. But then there's also trying to fill in those gaps with some literature, etc. And then what I should also say, and after I'm done presenting, I'll pop this in the chat too, because we also published the socioeconomic review on the Black Muslim population, which when it was published, it was the largest quantitative study on the Black Muslim population. And I think that that's also helpful to couple with a report like this, because it shows more of the nuances of specific Black communities. Like it compares Black Muslim people to Black people to Muslim people to the general population. So you can see some of the real clear disparities. But this is the report that I'll be walking through today. Okay, so I'll just start off broadly, and you may have seen this before, but it's just to note that the Black population in Canada is growing. We have about 1.5 million people as of 2021, and I have two screens because I wanted to pull some data onto a second screen to read to you, but I'm not reading this data to you as fun fact information. I'm reading it because I think it's important to know who our community is and that we're not a monolith, so that we can better develop strategies and solutions to support some of the targeted communities that we have. So about 60% of the population, the Black population in Canada, is born outside of Canada, which is important to note because, of course, the challenges and barriers that newcomers experience are different than, for example, myself, who was born in Toronto. And many of them came, about 23% came since 2016, so pretty new. Nearly a third, so about almost 33% of the Black population was born in Africa. Linguistically, we're pretty varied in our community. About 59% of our community speaks English as our mother tongue, but almost 22% speaks French. And then there's also a variety of other languages spoken. But I will also say that the differences between Anglophone and Francophone Black Canadians are different, and the supports that are provided are different. I often find that there's quite robust supports that exist in English, although I will not diminish the Francophone community and how robust that is as well. It's just just important for us to be mindful that when we're producing supports, that they're available in multiple languages. About 26% of our population identifies as Christian, although about 12% do identify as Muslim, and that is quite a large population of Muslim-identified individuals compared to the general population. And then I think something interesting to note is that demographically, the Black population in Canada is notably younger than the national average. And why I bring that up is because we have so many young Black individuals in our country. And I'll speak about this a little later, but the pipeline from education at a very early age to employment opportunities to leadership is something that we should be really mindful of. And then, of course, we are growing. We're expected to double by 2041. So I'll go through some of the key themes, education, leadership, etc. But I will say that there's some good news here, and I want to make sure that, well, at least what I try to do whenever I do these kind of presentations is I try to highlight the barriers because I think that's important, but I also never want to paint our community in a totally deficit situation because that's not the case. So I do have some good news here. It looks like overall the education of the Black population is pretty comparable to the rest of the population when it comes to highest level of education. You'll see that on the graph, we are the teal line. So in terms of the highest level of education obtained, post-secondary certificate, degree, diploma, we're at about 56%. Yeah, that is kind of a 4% difference between the racialized population, but it's not too big of a difference between this kind of plumb line, which is the non-racialized population. So you'll see that overall we kind of hover in line with non-racialized and racialized populations, which is great. We are an educated population, and we bring those skills with us when we go to the workplace, in leadership roles, etc. However, work still needs to be done. And what I mentioned earlier about the pipeline of young Black youth and how their trajectory across education and into employment is really critical. And I would say that it's critical from a number of different perspectives. The first is that Black kids need to see themselves reflected in the curriculum that we are sharing. And those stories need to be positive, and they also need to be realistic. So like I said before, I'd never want to paint our community in a deficit, but it's also important for us to be realistic about the experiences of slavery in our country and how that's led to modern day experiences of exclusion. Like, we shouldn't be downplaying that. But at the same time, we should be providing positive images of the ways in which Black people have shaped our country through innovation, through business, et cetera, et cetera. So it should be a twofold kind of narrative. This is interesting. It's some data from EQAO, and I'll give a bit of an analogy. So according to EQAO testing from 2018 to 2019, 48% of grade 3 girls, just girls in general in Ontario, said they were good at math compared to 62% of boys of the same grade. And this gap widens as girls get older. Now, this stat is not about the Black population, but the reason I bring it up is because we see that from an early age, girls tend to rate themselves, at least this data shows, the girls tend to rate themselves as lesser in these kind of STEM fields than boys. And I think it's important for us to be mindful of that in the context of the Black population, and whether we are stifling Black kids at a young age where maybe they don't see themselves reflected in specific positions, sectors, etc. And we wouldn't want that same pipeline that we're seeing between girls and boys to be replicated between Black individuals and non-Black individuals. So something to be mindful of there. I think, so I've talked a little bit about curriculum. I've talked a little bit about the pipeline. I think it's also important for Black kids to see themselves reflected in the educators themselves. And those role models are really important. Like, I know that was a big thing for me growing up, but I recognize that in order to do that, Black teachers and Black principals, superintendent, et cetera, all need to be supported in their roles, right? So there needs to be inclusion in those kind of spaces and a retention piece there. So what can we do to support Black students? I'll give a couple things and then we'll move on to education. But I think a really key one is collecting race-based data across pipelines and also understanding disciplinary rates. Whether Black students are being disciplined at a higher rate than non-Black students is important. Improving the representation of Black teachers, tutors, etc., at all levels, because like I said, that kind of mentorship, but also role model piece is really important. But again, those Black teachers and mentors need to be supported. Ensuring that our curriculum is reflected of Black experiences. So this piece of adopting a culturally responsive curriculum, anti-racism training, anti-racism considerations built right into the curriculum. And then opportunities to bridge skills gaps between education and employment. Okay, so we'll move on to talk a little bit about employment. This is not on the slide. I'll pivot to my other screen. But the unemployment rate for Black workers between the ages of 25 to 54, so typically working age people, was almost 11% in January 2025. And this is up from almost 9% a year earlier. So you see kind of like a 2% increase. In contrast, in January 2025, the unemployment rate for all Canadians is an average of about 6%. So we do see that there is a difference in the unemployment rate. It's a little bit higher for the Black population. And interestingly, we do see, and these numbers are quite low just because there's so many different sectors that the Black population could work in. But you do see that there is kind of a concentration, albeit low, in health sectors and perhaps an underrepresentation in management roles. And I think the reason I bring this up is just to, again, reiterate this kind of education to employment pipeline, where we need to be socializing Black children across the whole gamut of different fields and different opportunities so that there isn't this kind of siloing into different industry occupations. Of course, if people want to go where they want to go, that's totally fine. It's just making sure that we broaden up opportunities. Although, again, just to reiterate, like these numbers are a little bit low because there's so many different occupations. I feel like I don't have to, well, I shouldn't say I don't have to. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir a little bit here when I say that racism still exists and discrimination still exists in workplaces across Canada. This is some of the data that the Diversity Institute has collected alongside the Environics Institute and the Future Skills Center. And it shows that 47% of surveyed Black individuals indicate that they face discrimination or unfair treatment in the workplace. And that's basically the highest other than South Asian people, and there's only a 1% difference here. And I think that we see that discrimination exists across all different facets. You can think of formal networks and informal networks and how kind of promotion opportunities or availabilities or mentorship, sponsorship exists in these kind of like informal spaces that perhaps Black people are not always gaining access to. You can also think of microaggressions and the fact that Black individuals are often invalidated for the way they show up in spaces and the need to code switch to be seen as professional. And I don't have this on the slide, but it's on my other notes. There was a study done of 845 people, and they found that over half of the Black respondents had experienced at least one kind of microaggression, including comments like, well, I'm not racist, I have Black friends, which is of course a micro-invalidation. So something to note here. And then when we think about intersectionality, because we of course know that our community is not homogenous, we see that so Black people is the teal line, women is the plum line, and men is the pink line. We see that Black women experience discrimination, gender-based discrimination, more than Black men and more than just broadly. So something to think about. Something else that I'll raise here that I think is important is this glass cliff phenomena, and I don't have it on the slide, but what I will say is it's typically the experience of Black women, but also Black people in general, getting into leadership roles at a time when maybe the organization is going through change, in crisis, et cetera. The role is undersupported, underfunded, et cetera, and then people don't actually end up staying in the role, which I think is something that is, I shouldn't say understudied because I'm not entirely sure, but something that I think is kind of an emerging concept that I've been hearing about a lot. And I would be curious to understand some more data on these experiences. What I will also say is that there is a link between discrimination and mental health in the workplace. Black respondents who report experienced discrimination were more likely to describe their mental health as fair or poor compared to those who had not experienced discrimination, of course. So I think it's just important to note that while it is a retention piece, it's also a piece on our mental health, our well-being, us keeping our peace, etc. This is about Black leadership. Let me just check my timing. This is about Black leadership. And what I will say is there have been some improvements since we did this study back in 2020 of the representation of Black individuals in leadership and on boards. So The green is the percent of Black people in the population across these different cities in Canada. And then the blue is the representation they have on boards. So I don't have a slide that shows the comparison, but what I will say is in Toronto, the comparison gap has narrowed, which is great to see. In some other cities, it remains big. So in Ottawa, you can see that Black people make up almost 8% of the population, and they represent almost 5% of board roles. So there are differences across major cities in Canada. And again, positive news in that in some cases, the gap has narrowed, and still some work to go in the sense that in some cases, the gap remains. Here's some interesting data. A large percentage of companies within the S&P and TSX index have no Black leaders on their boards or their executive teams, which I think is really important to highlight because it still shows that while we have all of these different initiatives to promote Black individuals into leadership roles, it's really about organizations signing on to those pledges, making the commitment, and then making tangible actions for change so that their promotion processes are more transparent or more equitable, et cetera, so that people can actually get into leadership and board roles. I just have a little bit on entrepreneurship, and then I think we can pivot to the way forward. I do have a couple of points there. But what I will say is there are different push and pull factors that drive Black people into getting into entrepreneurship. Some of them can include the push factors, which perhaps are maybe limited career advancement, exclusion from traditional employment networks, opportunities, discrimination, etc. So maybe you're not having a good experience in the traditional employment and you end up being pushed into entrepreneurship. There's other things that pull Black individuals into entrepreneurship: necessity and opportunity, seizing opportunities, wanting to, have a dream and drive that forward, flexible work arrangements, that kind of thing. So it's kind of twofold. And I would say that, Black entrepreneurs have been really successful and they have a whole gamut of different businesses. We've seen that through things like the Rise Up Pitch competition that supports Black women entrepreneurs. But there are still some disparities that exist when it comes to supporting Black entrepreneurs. So Black entrepreneurs tend to own smaller businesses compared to white entrepreneurs and those of other racialized groups. Black entrepreneurs are 1.4 times likely to have 5 or more employees compared to business owners from other racialized groups. And the incomes of Black owners in Canada are lower on average than other racialized groups. So something to think about is that while we are developing businesses that we want to see thrive, still important to note that there are some funding gaps that exist. And it's really important to support Black entrepreneurs in actually getting off the ground, getting off their feet, but then helping them scale their businesses so that they don't have to stay small if they don't want to. So the way forward, I've given you a lot of information, and never fear, because I will put the SOBR report in the chat so you can access it. But what I will say is that opportunities for change, barriers exist across societal, organizational, and individual levels, but opportunities for change also exist across all of these levels. The levels are not mutually exclusive. What exists at the societal level are some of these big ticket systemic items that I'll talk about shortly. But those do have an impact on what organizations are influenced to do, what they have to do, legislation they have to follow, etc. And then what the organization prioritizes really also depends on the individuals that work at the organization. I think sometimes we talk about these big systems and we kind of forget that systems are driven by people and their priorities and their willingness. And so ultimately it's to say that none of these exist in silos. They all support one another, and thus they're all needed as we try to support Black people in all their diversity. So some of the big ticket items that exist at the societal level are big legislative pieces. And we've been doing some thinking and work around our differences between Canada and the United States and some of the backlash and pushback we're seeing on EDIA across both countries. And I think it's important to note that Canada still does have quite robust legislative requirements: the Employment Equity Act, Accessible Canada Act, Bill C-25, pay equity legislation, and different human rights codes that still entrenches the need to support people in all their diversity into workplaces and workforces across Canada. Then you have some of your voluntary codes. These are things like the 50-30 Challenge, the 30% Club, the Black North Initiative. And these are really voluntary, but they're encouraging organizations to sign on and then make changes internally to support Black people in getting into leadership roles. Other things I don't have on the slide that I think are systemic supports are things like childcare, transportation, et cetera. Like those are big ticket items, but they're needed to ensure that some of the systemic barriers that Black people experience are mitigated. But just some notes here on the systems level things that exist that you can always rely on. When we're talking about addressing anti-Black racism in the workplace, it's not only confined to the HR pillar. I think that that's a big misconception that tends to kind of stifle efforts. HR is a critical component of addressing anti-Black racism, because it houses all of your outreach, selection, retention, promotion, recruitment, exit efforts. But addressing anti-Black racism actually exists across the whole organizational process. So starting at governance, leadership, and strategy, this is really where we're setting tone from the top. Leaders in the organization need to understand the importance of addressing anti-Black racism. They need to be baking it into their strategic plans, and they need to be communicating that. Your HR is, of course, where you have all of your initiatives to actually hire and retain and support and advance Black individuals in the workplace. Your values and culture, this one I think is the one that trips people up the most because it feels quite theoretical. Like, how do we actually create an inclusive workplace environment is, I think, like the age-old question. There's key things that you can be doing, but what I always share is that if you are a manager on the line, it's really your responsibility to ensure that you're thinking about the opportunities you're providing to your team and making sure that Black people on your team have opportunities to shine. Even things like, what assignments are you giving them? Are these high profile assignments where they're set up to succeed and thus would lead into promotion opportunities? What about in work meetings? Are we mitigating these kind of microaggression, talking over, invalidating experience, et cetera? What about the mentorship you're providing to other Black professionals? What about the sponsorship? And I will say, just like personally, in my life, I have worked for some amazing bosses. Wendy's one of them. The boss I had previously, my current boss, Mohammed, who has mentioned my name in spaces where I wasn't there as an effort to boost up who I am, my professional skills, my competencies, et cetera, so I can get into other spaces. Thus, I'm able to present for people like you. So whatever you can do to bring people's name into these spaces where they aren't is really critical. I think measuring and tracking of your EDI or your anti-Black racism initiatives is really crucial. If you're going to put an effort in place, let's say it's an outreach piece, you want to be knowing if it's successful. So even collecting representation data across the organization, but also experience data so that you can know the quantitative and the qualitative is really important, so that you can be tracking whether your initiatives are working, so that you can decide whether you need to stay the course, ramp up, or change. The last two buckets are diversity across the value chain. Here, we're really talking about the services that an organization provides and whether they actually resonate with Black communities. Your marketing efforts and whether they're showing Black communities free from stereotypes and in positive light. Your procurement opportunities. Are you actually purchasing from Black business owners? And then you're outreach and expanding the pool. And here we're making connections and partnerships with Black-led, Black-focused organizations, thinking about where your philanthropic dollars are going, leveraging research in the ecosystem, et cetera. So hopefully that overall kind of walkthrough helps you see how it doesn't just exist in HR, it exists across the organization. And again, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir a little bit, but this is more so that you can have some speaking notes that you can bring back into your organization too, for example. I spoke about benchmarking and measurement, so I won't speak too much about this, but it's just the reiteration that if you're putting something in place, there needs to be an accountability framework attached to it so you know if it's working well. And then I will just wrap up by saying that I know we are in the era of backlash. I think that we're in a period where if you were not committed, I don't mean you, but people broadly, if they were not committed to EDI and anti-racism, this is the time where they're kind of stepping back, letting their efforts fall to the wayside. And then, of course, you have the really firm people who were always against it, who are now finding space to come out and be quite firm in how they feel. To stay the course, there's a couple of things, although we have done some work more concretely on backlash. So if you're looking for that, let me know. But I think to stay the course, it's important to link EDI and addressing anti-Black racism to organizational strategy. It shouldn't be a footnote and it shouldn't exist separately. You need to be looking at your organizational strategy. And let's say if your organizational goal is to develop exceptional services, a big part of that is making sure that your services are accessible to the Black community. We are growing. And as I mentioned on the very first slide, we're so diverse. We're a huge market. So linking, I think, is important, and communicating that is equally as important. And then I think all of your benchmarking, accountability frameworks, et cetera. And then, as I mentioned before, organizations are made up of people, and people set the tone. So even just thinking about the language you use, how you support Black individuals in the workplace, being mindful and mitigating microaggressions, sponsorship and mentorship, et cetera. Because to this last point, culture eats strategy, which is, I think, a quote from Peter Drucker, perhaps, but I'll find it and I'll share it with you if you need it. But culture eats strategy. So how you're reinforcing your EDIA culture is equally as important as all of the initiatives that I popped on the slide a couple slides back. That was kind of a lot. That's all I have for you today, but I will pop the SOBR report in the chat so you can see it. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me a note. Thanks.
Don't run off. Where are you running to? Are you catching a taxi somewhere?
I just want to be mindful of your time.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Pauline is after you. Pauline is gracious. Pauline will forgive all of us. Pauline was speaking to the Governor General. She didn't even say mother nature, she says grandmother. Pauline, you there? Lots of information you deposited for us, Diversity Institute, Nancy. And I'm glad that you put the stuff online for the link for people to see. I'm going to just ask you one question. Your report is very balanced. I love reports coming out from Diversity Institute. You talk about, you know, the bad, the good, the bad, the ugly. Like you are very transparent with that. Many of us know the issues are still here. I don't know. Did you hear the Governor General talk about her experience, how she was kicked out of an Uber, the daughter was racialized? You heard all that, right? So even at that level, that's Governor General. Like, so who are we? The women, especially the women, I know you focus on women a lot, the Black women that have progressed in business. I saw that in your report today. There's some good news. What would you say is one or two things they did? I know right now on this call, I personally know 10 Black women on this call who that's going to help. And now the other Black women, sorry, I may not know you personally, but I'm talking about, you could be helping Patricia, you could be helping Pauline. What are those people doing that despite the racism, they are still advancing, besides being persevering, praying to God and going to church or doing what they have to do? Give me some proof from your report.
Oh, that's a tough question. I think you'd have to ask all the different women. Okay, what can I say? I mean, I'll just speak to the Black women that I know who are leaders in the space. Like, I think that they are extremely strategic in what, like, I think that they have incredible competencies. They're incredibly skilled. They're strategic. They understand how to move the needle in a way that makes sense for people. They understand how to communicate their goals. Like I've seen the Black women that I know be incredibly strategic. I also think that they make connections with people who can move their agenda forward in spaces where they are not. That's something that I have done as well, is if I know I'm not going to be in this space, I have an ally that I know will bring my messaging forward. But I also want to reiterate that it's not just about putting the onus on the Black women themselves. It's about allies and sponsors who support Black women in getting into leadership roles. But I don't know if I can answer your question, because I don't know if there's one secret sauce. I think you'd have to ask all the women.
Yes, but from your stuff, you talked about some programs and some things that have also enabled them. You talked about your name is dropped in rooms that you're not, right? So networking is critical. Yeah. You talk about they are mostly strategic. What does that mean? They're mostly strategic. Give an example.
Yeah. Okay, let me think of an example. I think if I want to get something, this is my own experience.
Yes.
As when I was younger in my career, if I want to get something done, I know the audience that I'm talking to, the messaging that would resonate with them. I have a clear vision and goal of what I want to see the program or whatever it is that I'm promoting. Like, I'm laser focused on those components so that when I go into the space, there isn't a lot of room for people to be like, well, that wasn't clear, or, oh, I don't know what she was talking. I'm just laser focused on what needs to be done, who the audience is, what the messaging is that will resonate with them. And then I bring allies along with me who will back up what I have to say, who recognize my value, that kind of thing. And that's the kind of strategic thinking that I've seen Black women in my networks employ. Like, they're just laser focused on what needs to be done, and they know how to communicate it.
So is it Pauline you have in mind when you're saying that? Pauline is an example of what you're saying.
Yeah. So Pauline, well, I think so, but
Yeah.
Pauline, you want to jump in?
Yeah, Pauline, appreciate her I know you love her so much. And I'm glad that it just happened that you're right after her. Appreciate the young woman for us. You are muted though, Pauline. And then let's talk about Black excellence. Pauline is all about Black excellence.
No, I totally agree. I think you have to know how to communicate your goals, allyship, being strategic as to, who's going to get your time and who do you need on your side. You got to be very collaborative as to ensuring that the people who you need to be your sponsor. A lot of people don't understand that people have to sponsor you. So as you said, Nancy, that when you're not in that room, when you're absent, who in that room will speak on your behalf? And sometimes us as leaders who have been there, we don't understand that we have to take our young entrepreneurs, our young people along with us. So they may not be in the room, but when there's an opportunity for us to give a name. It's not just a hand up, but it's to have a voice in that room. And, on my days when I sponsor final year students at York University, and when we have the mentors discussion and we have these together moments, we talk about how important it is to sponsor people. And a lot of people will not call names. And the reason why we are not seeing more growth in that higher ranking in corporate Canada, it's because a lot of people, when they get up to that space, they will not bring others with them. And so when something happens and that is catastrophic and they have to move, there's nobody to even help them along or for them to have replaced them, because they want to feel that I am the only one. It's only me. And we got to get off that me train. We got to get into the whole collaborative and strategizing as to how we're going to move masses of people through that door, that invisible door.
Absolutely.
My little
absolutely.
2 pence.
Yes. Thank you, Nancy. I know you got to run off, Professor. You're going to go teach another class or something. Do some other research. Do more research for men. I don't see research for men, Nancy. Tell your bosses, all right, I'm going to come down there myself. We need more research for men. Can I open the mic and say, yes, Alex, I'm going to do more research for men, Black men? It's just.
I will tell Wendy.
You tell Wendy. I want to see a report for men, particularly Black men. That's just, it's time we also advocate for ourselves. Listen, you can run off now. Thank you so much. Yes, I appreciate
Nancy,
you.
you're amazing, as always.
You as well.
And good. And Pauline, please, I want to keep you for the senator when she comes online. Let me bring Paul in for just about 7 to 10 minutes before I bring you back on board, Pauline. All right? Paul, are you there? I don't know if it's Odessa, please be looking at when Senator Paulicinia is back online or is online. Paul, Mr. Pornali.
I'm muted.
Okay, you're unmuted.
Am I
Okay.
unmuted now? All right, great.
Yes, yes.
How are you, my
yes.
brother?
Very, very well. Always nice to see you, right? Make sure you come for my barbecue on Saturday. All right.
You know I'll be there.
Yes, whatever you're doing.
Aren't I the cook?
Yeah. No, it's I think I got some people up here. Of course you can. We're gonna have lots of people. Yeah, I have the Hamad Royal Family Reunion this weekend. So my brother is from UK, my sister, my cousin from LA is here. We have almost 100 of us. I have over 500-600 cousins. The Ihama is actually a clan. It's like saying my name is Alex Brampton. Like literally the whole Brampton would just be family. Like we own the land and people can rent and stuff. So Ihama is a clan in back where I come from, Benin City, Nigeria. But quickly though, let's talk about your topic, leading through humanity, engaging diverse spaces. let's go straight to the point with
All right.
George Floyd Memorial Lecture.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, straight to the point. Let's just go straight to the point. So,
Okay, so first things first. First things first.
yes.
Thank you to you, Odessa, everybody behind the scenes, making sure that we have this space. So thank you for doing that. Of course, acknowledge the treaty land that we reside on. And if we're getting right to the point, I had a bit of a script. I threw it away because I heard all of the giants speak before me, and it changed the trajectory in which I want to approach this. I'm going to start with what Nancy shared. Nancy spoke brilliantly about representation. She spoke brilliantly about expanding the importance of support, and she spoke about increasing diversity in these spaces. What I'm going to share from the research that I did is representation is not enough. And I'm going to make the profound statement that the reason why it's not enough is because the system is still white. Black leaders, Indigenous leaders, people with disabilities or abilities, however you want to phrase the language, are brought into these spaces for tokenistic and performative reasons, and they're left hung out to dry. Some of the work in my research and some of the dialogue that I have shared is, for example, a racialized teacher or a racialized superintendent or leader is doing 5 times the amount of work as their white counterparts for the same money. And the reason why they're doing that is because they've been brought in for these reasons, performative reasons, although very, very, very qualified, most times overqualified. They're brought into these spaces and their voices are held in check. And as Nancy alluded to, are they getting spaces to thrive? Are they tasting that success? So when we talk about representation, it's merely not enough if it's just so that their face can be seen. So what I want to do is I want to share a very short visual with you, and then we'll engage in some dialogue. And I just want to share a little bit about the work that I've done and how we need to move beyond representation. So I share my positionality statement, but because I don't have a lot of time, I can save this for another time. I'm going to share this visual with the audience. The first of 5 scaffolded pillars is representation. So what leaders actually need to ask themselves before entering spaces is, can I ensure that you feel seen and see yourself represented? That's the piece that a lot of organizations focus on, is the representation. I like to bring the work a little bit further, because as we're speaking in a space of what is being said in the room when you're not there, unfortunately, because of my position and the color of my skin, I know what's said in the room many times when racialized or diverse people leave the room. And a lot of times the audience, they don't really take in the message and they don't care to advance it. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that we move beyond representation. The second piece, and Artavan spoke about this, Dr. Francis Mpindu spoke about it, the Honorable Michelle Jean spoke about it, is amplifying. So not only are you seen, but will the leader hear you and listen to you? Can they provide a platform where your voice, assets, superpowers are all amplified? And at the end of the day, everybody wins because you increase productivity. But even more than being seen and heard, we move into the other 3 senses. We move into being touched. Are the people in these spaces being touched? Are they inspired to innovate, contribute, persevere, proceed with the greater good of the company? Or are they just there to say, we have the token face of equity here? So we need to ask ourselves these questions. Moving on, when you give people the ability to feel seen, heard, and you inspire them or you touch them, you're surely going to encounter what Artavan spoke about, is those systemic barriers. So now what happens? Now you've reached the crux in the relationship where there's an issue. It's like the beginning of a relationship, of a romantic relationship. Everything is great until it's not. And then is that the breaking point? This is what Raise brings to the S, which is, are you now supported when you're seen, heard, inspired, and now you smell fear? You identify a barrier. You talk about an injustice. You bring something forward. Now is the company railroading you, which is what's happening to most racialized leaders brought into these positions, is now that there's a problem, everybody runs, everybody points fingers. I call this Shawshank Redemption racism, because We often in Canada point the finger at the United States. Just like in the movie Shawshank, everybody was innocent. That's the position we possess here. We're not as bad as the States. We're not, look at what Donald Trump's doing, this and that. Our systems strangle us. And when we have problems, do they support us? When we smell fear. Now, if all of that happens in our scaffolded leading through the five senses, there's the final sense, is now collectively have you all tasted success? Are you empowered to produce knowledge from your lived experiences? Are you given opportunities for greater leadership and responsibility? That's the embodiment of successful leadership. But we get stuck on the R. We get stuck on, are you seen? And that is not nearly enough. I want to just indicate one more piece. So the key performance indicator is the recipient of being raised. The recipient of the leadership should be able to say in a scaffolded environment, they were seen, they were heard, they were touched, they were supported when they smelled fear, and they were a part of the success. And they've advanced through the organization. They've advanced through their own journey because of that. And the last piece I'm going to talk about very quickly, I don't want to spend too much time because I want to engage in dialogue with you, is what we all need to do together. When we talk about representation, we absolutely need more diverse teachers. We need more diverse leaders. But the system we are trying to change are not those who are diverse, are not those who have exceptionalities and disabilities. The system we are trying to change are 8 out of 10 predominantly white people of privilege and positional authority. Representation matters for everybody. If they don't see themselves in the work, they will not make change. It will always be left to shoulder by the 2 out of 10 people doing the work, and those people burn out. So we need to disrupt, but we must do so with dignity and decorum in order to transfer systems and get those 8 out of 10 people on board. As Dr. Francis very brilliantly articulated, we have to understand that equity is the foundational plate of everything we do. It cannot be a separate pillar in our organization. It has to be the foundation to which everything rests. Everybody needs access, opportunities, and a chance for successful outcomes. It cannot be one of 5 pillars. If it is, we are doing it wrong. The third thing is that equity is not about you. It's not about the leader. It's about those you serve. So we need to make sure that every individual's assets, strengths, passions, interests, and superpowers are amplified. And the final one is to deconstruct the narrative. Make sure that you actively listen, unpack, unlearn, cast no judgments, and don't tell other people's stories. Give them the platform to succeed, thrive, and contribute and persevere for themselves and for the organization. So, Alex, there's obviously a lot more to share, but this was just something that was encapsulated from my doctoral research. I'm doing a lot of work to advance this research in systems, and I want to engage in reciprocal dialogue with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have a minute or so because Senator Paulette Senior is in the house. I can see she's in the house already. Paul, I know you as a dear brother. Your message is clear. You are saying that in all these corporations and even in the government, they are putting Black EDI executive, Black this. They are doing all this Black, and also women, and all these things they're doing, but they are leaving out white men. Have I summarized that correctly, or white people?
Well, what I'm saying is white people are doing the leadership, but they're washing their hands of the work.
Okay.
And what we need to do is we need to make sure that the leadership is distributed, but also so is the work.
So give me an example in maybe 10 seconds. Like, I run this organization, I want to ensure Black, as Pauline had mentioned, Nancy, we need to mention their name, we need to sponsor them, we need to get them up there. So then the white folks, like, how do they get involved?
Well, they need to see themselves in the work. So it needs
to
be part of the entire company structure. There can't be a separate EDI pillar for racialized people and people with disabilities shouldering the load of this while the white people go about and do their own business. Everybody, it needs to be a foundational pillar in the organization where everybody is part of the work. Everybody needs to be able to shoulder this load. Everything needs to have equal access, opportunity, and outcome. It can't be representation where people that are diverse shoulder this load and people that are white. And I'll give you an example of it in education. In education, we need more Black teachers. We need more Indigenous teachers. We need more teachers with disabilities. But when those people sense injustice, what happens? The system demands resilience from them. Well, you need to be resilient. No. The system needs to dismantle the mountain that nobody can climb in order for people to thrive. So that's what I'm telling you is the system needs to be a part of the work, not just designate it to people that are racialized and diverse and that have disabilities, and then say, we've done the work. That is not how you do the work. That's how you burn out your best people.
Yes, congratulations on your PhD. And thank you for having given me the opportunity through your colleague who's online as well, Dr. Mary Grogan, to participate in it as well. You know, we'll be hearing more of you and put your LinkedIn stuff on the line for those to join. Senator Paulette Senior, I see you're there. I'm trying to, I don't know if they are having difficulty unmuting or putting on the camera, but we need to bring you in because we know your time is valuable. We have a senator in the house. Come on, who are those that can put the love sign and the emojis and what you're putting on? Show some love to this amazing, extraordinary. If sometimes French sounds nice, I will say Senator Extraordinaire. Senator, do you speak French?
Not much of that, I'm afraid, but you know, I can throw in a word or two when I'm ready.
Okay, throw one word or two for us. Go ahead. Bonjour.
Bonjour, mes amis. Comment ça va?
Très bien, très bien. It's a great honor to have you. We've had you at the Congress before. I don't know if you remember, but then you were CEO of the Women Federation that you were leading. You were the CEO, so you came on the Congress to speak from that platform. And we are delighted that you've accepted the Nation Builders Award, Canadian Congress Nation Builders Award, Women Empowerment. You've been doing this. For those who are watching and you are wondering who we have on the line, you are looking at Senator Paulette Senior, widely recognized as a trailblazer in gender equity and social justice with more than 3 decades of leadership across Canada. Before being appointed to the Senate, she served as president and CEO of the Canadian Women's Foundation, and also as the CEO of YMCA Canada, leading transformative initiatives to break down systemic barriers for women, girls, gender diverse. You can certainly, as a senator, you can find her profile online, but allow me to quickly highlight that she serves as the vice chair of the G7 Gender Equity Advisory Council for 2025. So this is current. And I've also served on the council in 2022 and 2024. A recipient of many awards, including the Afro Global Leadership Award, Harry Jerome Trailblazer Award, Top 25 Women of Influence, highly educated, holds a bachelor's in arts and psychology, York University, honorary doctorate from University of Lethbridge, and it just go on and on and on. Senator, my interest in your work is because it's in line with the theme of today, which is the 5th annual George Floyd Memorial Lecture, and it is the resilient and tenacious spirit of justice. As I've said before you came on board, you can deny justice, or you can try to deny it. You can fight it. You can refute it. You can defund it. You can change the name. You can say they shouldn't speak about it. Justice is looking at you like, I'm going nowhere. I'm going nowhere. And for generations it stood. And you are an example of that. Resilient. I know some of your even personal story that if you are willing to share, you can, but we are going to focus on your journey. And to do justice to that, actually, your friends are on the line. Pauline Christian is on the line. Patricia, so there are many people on the line here. Patricia, I don't know if you're there. She gave you the Afro Global Award. Patricia, okay, Paulette, you want to quickly say, let me just highlight to say you can say hello. Patricia, where are you? Yes, and add you as well.
Hi, Senator.
Hello, Patricia. Hello, Pauline. It's great to see you both.
Hi, Senator.
Yes.
Two amazing stalwart women in our community, always doing good work. Great to see you both.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then
thank
the man,
you.
Well,
and the man as well.
representing us.
Yeah, I love
So
you.
Alex,
proud of
I'm
you.
sure you're
So
right up
proud of
there,
you.
but
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm delighted to be here. So we're going to jump into it because the senator will have to leave. So I invited our TV host personality to help to facilitate the conversation. I think she's more qualified to do that. So I have made the introduction, and 12 of you already know each other. Patricia, take it from here then.
Yes, welcome so much. Welcome, Honorable Senator Paulette Senior. I mean, I've watched over the years, we've done a lot of things together too, and I'm so proud of your achievement and what you stand for, especially when it comes to social justice, equity, and inclusion. So welcome.
thank you, Patricia. It's great to see you, and it's good to be in conversation with you again.
Yeah, my pleasure. Now, you know, blend national organizations like the YWCA, the Canadian Women's Foundation, and now you're a senator. I mean, occupying the largest boardroom in the most significant boardroom in Canada. How has your, opinion and views on systemic injustice evolved over the years?
Good question. And thank you for correcting. I was with the YWCA, not the YMCA, although we are certainly brother and sister organizations in the country, but also around the world. So thank you for getting that correct. Yeah, so diversity, equity, inclusion. I also want to add anti-racism. I also want to add anti-Black racism, because I think it's important to be specific about what exactly we're talking about. And in light of this being the 5th anniversary of the murder of George Floyd, let's be clear. So while I'm always concerned about matters of systemic discrimination and matters of racism, I also understand very clearly that when it comes to the impact of discrimination, anti-racism, and systemic barriers, that the folks who suffer the most are certainly Black folks and certainly Indigenous Canadians. So, yeah, and it's important to say that up front. For me, the struggle for breaking down barriers continues. And it doesn't matter where we sit individually in our work, in our lives across the country, sometimes certainly around the world, that systemic discrimination continues to be a significant barrier for the progress of Black folks as a collective, en masse. And sometimes, we will cheer folks on like myself, like you, like others who have broken down barriers and made progress in specific areas and who are, somewhat carrying the mantle for others to see. And it's an important thing. But I think it's important for folks like you and me to also say that the struggle is not over because I sit where I sit.
Yeah.
Right? And to while we need to have the lights that we carry shine bright from the places we sit for others to see and make their own paths towards their own greatness, towards their own achievements. I think it's important that we, in the places we sit, don't sit on our laurels, that we are always bringing the voice of our community forward, the voice for justice and equality forward, the voice for corporate leaders, government leaders, charitable leaders, all of the areas that impact our lives, whether it's in employment, in housing, in our ability to advance in our careers in whatever areas, our ability to live free from freedom from oppression, that we should always be bringing forward that message. And so as a senator now, I'm part of the African Canadian Senators Group, the ACSG. There are 10 of us. One brother senator who is South Asian from Africa. So there are 10 of us in the ACSG. And 9 Black senators, and I'm really happy to be a part of that. I am not a trailblazer there. There are trailblazers ahead of me, who have done great work, who have steered us to become a group, and there's still so much more work to be done as the African Canadian Senate Group. So, yeah, there's lots of work to be done, Patricia. And I'm happy to be where I'm at, to be doing what I can to forward the struggle for justice and equality.
Great, great. I like that you say that, and also the fact that we have to continue to be vigilant, because I mean, there's still not just a lot to be done, but there's a current attack on all that we've been working on all this years, especially with the administration that we have in the US. I know Canada's response to injustice is often compared to the US, especially in the aftermath of the George Floyd murder. Now, what are some of the unique challenges that you see that we face in Canada, and what are the opportunities and things that can be done? Because I know we often, like the last speaker said, want to say we're not like our neighbors on the other side of the border, but right here in Canada, there's still a lot of challenges. There's an attack on what we stand for as well. And I want you to make a comment also what you think about what happened with the Ministry of Women, and let us know what your thoughts are on some of the things happening at home.
Yeah, I'm certainly in a seat where I'm a bit closer to the political powers of the day, and so having the opportunity to have specific influence in that regard continues to be important. And to be able to make calls, to be able to support folks who are doing their work outside of government, to pressure government. And I think that's an important thing. Yes, we are living in very interesting times. The rise of the everything that has been progressive, that we have been progressing on, the rise against that is strong. It's very strong. And the reason that it shouldn't be ignored, and why it's gained such strength, is because we've been making really great progress. Whether you're talking about gender and gender diverse folks, whether you're talking about racialized folks, whether you're talking about indigenous folks, there has been significant progress being made. And what happens when that progress is being made is that you will have almost equal opposition to that progress. That's how things work. That's how life works. That's why we have the leader we do in the South. That's why their voices are so strong. And let's not mistake that this is a battle. It is a battle in a very long war for justice and equality. It's a battle that we've been doing for centuries, certainly on this continent, but around the world. So I think we have to place it within context and not seeing it as a short-term struggle, or that it's due to the leader in the South, right? It isn't. Because if those sentiments weren't already there to rise up, we wouldn't have the backlash that we do now. They're already there. It's just that perhaps we fooled ourselves into thinking that, oh, things are great now, we can just move forward. No, they haven't been great, certainly not great for everyone. Yes, progress has been made. Yes, there are 9 of us in the Senate. Yes, we do now have and continue to have a cabinet that is pretty much at par or parity. We also have women and gender equality reinstated, despite its quick demise. But those were hard fought and won, and it's also because folks have been very, very vigilant to make sure that this happens, right? So it's not a short-term thing, that this is a long struggle, and there is a responsibility that we have in our lifetime to continue the struggle that we have taken on from folks before us, and that we have to hand over to folks that will come after us. That's kind of how I see it. That's how I situate it.
Okay. All right. Now, I mean, as an extension of that question, a lot of companies are cutting their EDI budgets and turning the other way, sort of like taking us back many years. And even the government is cutting down as well. There's some, opportunities for community organizations, such as the one that you led, the ones you've led a few years ago. Now, what have you to say? You've worked in the intersection of gender, race, and class. How do we ensure that justice movements are inclusive and reflect the realities of marginalized communities?
I'm seeing and feeling the need for a broad sectoral, intersectional approach to the work that we're doing. We can't succeed on our own. We can push, we can embarrass, we can advocate, we can do all of that, but we really do need a broad-based struggle for justice and equality. So whether or not we're talking about women's rights, particularly for racialized folks, whether we're talking about justice rights or people who have suffered the most at the hands of authorities like police and others, whether or not we're talking about the LGBTQI communities across this country, particularly those who are racialized. We need a struggle that is inclusive, just as much as we're calling for diversity and inclusivity. That we cannot be a community that is demanding diversity, equity, inclusion by excluding others, because that is not the basis for a successful struggle. So we need to think broadly, we need to think inclusively, and we need to be welcoming of other justice issues as much as and fight for that as much as we're fighting for our own. I think that's part of our way towards success, and quite frankly, we need allies to support our community as well, because in the spaces that we're not present in, where decisions are being made. So it was mentioned earlier that I'm now for this year, for Canada's hosting of the G7, that I'm the Vice President of the Gender Equality Advisory Council, which was established in 2018. And I'm happy to be at that table because I'm able to bring a lens that I can tell you would have been missing even today, which is so surprising to me sometimes, because we expect that when we're talking about gender, that is automatically inclusive and intersectional. It is not. Let me be clear. And sometimes I do have to remind my sisters around the table who are of the lighter hue that we must always think intersectionally, because the benefits of DEI in the past and to now has been white women, white, able-bodied, straight women. And that can't continue. So when we're looking at recommendations, when we're looking at initiatives, they must be inclusive and intersectional. And I think that's also how we have to think as a community when we're seeing the world and our struggle through a Black lens, addressing issues of anti-Black racism, it must also be inclusive of everyone in the Black communities across the country, regionally, folks who live on the prairies, folks who live in different parts of the country, even Black folks who are living up north that I saw in my visits to Nunavut, for example, or to Yellowknife. It's important that we're thinking inclusively and not just with that urban lens.
Okay. Okay, now now that you're in the Senate, with your background in advocacy, social justice, and nonprofit, what are some of the policy changes that you would like to champion in the Senate that you believe will move us closer to an equitable society and closer to what we should be as a society that's conscious of every facet of society?
I'm very happy to and honored to be in the Senate, but I'm particularly more excited about the committees that I sit on. So I sit on the committee that we call SOCI, which is addressing social and scientific issues having to do with Canadians. So, for example, pharmacare was one of the bills that we that we dealt with and were able to successfully pass in the Senate. Dental care was one of them, but that was before I got there. MAID was another, which was extraordinarily controversial. Technology, issues of technology is also really important and is one I'm particularly looking forward to. And sometimes you'd think, well, why are we concerned about AI or anything having to do with that? Because we are users of technology. And
Yeah.
so we have to make sure that we're bringing that lens in terms of how it's developed, who is developing it, who is not at the table, what are the policies that need to be made, how can we protect our community, what are the guardrails that we need to put in place in terms of technology and technological advances, because we will be left behind in the twinkling of an eye if we're not very careful to make sure that we're bringing these issues forward. So that is one area that normally in my world in the charitable sector may not seem immediately relevant, but to me it is, and we need to be there. And the way that technology is being looked at in terms around the world is how can it lead to greater prosperity? But we also have to ask the question, what is the cost of that prosperity without the guardrails and policies in place to make sure that folks, one, aren't left behind, but two, that they can also prosper. So that's important to me. I also sit on the Human Rights Committee, and I'm really excited about the work we're doing there as well. One of the things that we looked at last fall, was what happens to our young people in care when they exit care. What happens to them? What happens to their lives? And it shouldn't be surprising that a lot of those folks are Black and Indigenous. So what happens to their lives? And so I was able to be a part of those discussions. We called witnesses and did research into what are some of the important policies we need to put in place to protect our young people once they exit care. There are issues about them being in care in the first place. When they leave care, those issues aren't necessarily addressed, and in fact, they may become even worse than the issues that got them in care, because now they're on their own and no one's responsible for them. So what happens? So we're looking at what are some of the policies that we need to put in place to support our folks when they leave care. So those are just a couple examples of some of the things that I've been dealing with, which may not seem immediately obvious, but are very important.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, thank you. You've been, working hard, and we look forward to, the demonstration and effects of those efforts. Now, we're here today just gathered to reflect on George Floyd's legacy and the global movement it ignited. What gives you hope today, and what should we, as individuals and a society, commit to doing next?
Wow. Reflecting back to when George Floyd was murdered and that the world collectively was standing still and able to see what perhaps they hadn't seen in the past. Because let's be clear, George Floyd was not the first. He certainly hasn't been the last.
Yeah.
And we've certainly had examples of similar situations here in Canada, not just the US. They're no particular against Black folks and particular against Indigenous folks and particular against Black men. So I think it's really important that we see it, as you say, globally, and that it was a global movement. And I think, many initiatives came out of this global movement. Many people's eyes were opened. And I think the movement has lost some steam. And that's why it's important that this kind of event is happening. Hopefully other events are also happening. But many great initiatives were started, whether it's with government support or community support or corporate support. And the pullback on a lot of that support seems to be happening, whether it's folks who were hired in corporate or other sectors to lead diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, whether it was folks who were hired as leaders of organizations and later found themselves out the door. That seems to be the thing that's been happening for the past couple years, where folks or corporations, for example, think that no one was looking and just completely gutted their DEI programs and offices, and without fanfare, without anyone saying anything, without criticism. And so I think it's important that perhaps we need to galvanize again, and we need to utilize the spirit that we had in 2020 to bring back the pressure. And it's hard to do that in the face of what we see down south.
Yeah.
But perhaps that's when we can't give up. Perhaps that's when our efforts need to be redoubled. And I say that knowing a lot of us are tired, but it's a relay. It's a relay. It's not a 100-yard dash, right? It's a relay, and it's a relay for life. And so there will be folks who are out front and will take the lead and will need a break, and others of us need to tap them on the shoulder and take that lead. I think that is how we get through this, because if we put all of our leaders, if we put our leaders out front and expect them to maintain the momentum without us also playing our role, then I think that's when we've lost. And so I think we all need to look to see what can we do in the spaces that we're in. How can we carry the mantle forward or the baton when others are tired? Because it is not a struggle for those who are swift. It's not. It's a battle in the long struggle for justice and equality, which is not new to us as a people. It's not. And sometimes, I remember when the leader to the South, as you know, I haven't mentioned the name, was first elected. And I believe I was at the YWCA at the time, and many young people approached me, particularly young women, and say, what do we do now? Because they haven't known struggle or that kind of struggle. And my only advice is, was at the time, is that this is a setback. It's a clear setback, but it's also a lesson that we should never take our progress for granted. We should never take it for granted. And so we have to understand that we all have a role to play, and how we play it is really important. And we also need to rest, and resting is important for our health and well-being. So keep that in mind as we move forward, as we're in the spaces we're in. Sometimes we need to protect ourselves so that we can come again the next day or the next year. But keep in mind that we're not alone in the struggle, and that there are many of us with different skills, right? And different areas of expertise that can play the role as well. And so we're not alone in the struggle.
Yeah, I like what you said there about it being a lifelong journey, and indeed, it's never over, because every now and then there's always, a disruption or an attack on diversity, inclusion, and justice, as we see now, in the United States of America, which is filtering to different parts of the world, even to Canada as well. I know the death of George Floyd did spark a lot of interest in people to support, the Black community and other minoritized communities. I know that one of the things that happened was the formation of the Canadian Congress. So at this point, I'd like to bring back Alex. Alex, if you could join the conversation. So you started Canadian Congress as a result of the George Floyd murder, and today we're here, to remind us of what happened, many years ago. What have you to say about some of the things that Senator Paulette Senior has said about this fight, this work, which we must have allies in order to succeed, but we can't get tired. But at the same time, she talked about us making sure that we care for ourselves as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patricia. I was actually just enjoying it. This is what you do, actually. You do fantastic work. Senator, my hands are claps to your poise, I must say. It requires a lot. You were not here when the Michael Jean spoke, the former Governor General. She said they just tossed her from Uber just last week or so. And she was trying to give the driver, no, don't take that, take here. Says the guy got angry, a white guy. And because she couldn't use her right hand to open it because she had pain, and so she was trying to use her left, the guy had no mercy, literally dropped her in the middle of the journey. And she had to call another Uber. Like that, we're talking of Honorable Governor General Michael John. And not too long from that, her daughter went to the chemist to pick up a medication. And another person in line who wasn't even his turn, a white person, asked the chemist, why would you save this nigger before me? We're not talking something, I'm not talking Martin Luther King. No, I'm saying like a few weeks ago. That's what she said. I was shocked, right? And I know you have your horror stories, sometimes your position don't let you share your horror story. She shared hers. What's your horror story? Yeah, I asked. And how would you say we should do with it? I have a lot. If you have time, let's go. I'm just saying, but we have to talk about this thing. We saw a man put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 37 seconds, and nobody went to push him off. I believe I would have. I always say that if I was born in the 60s, I'll probably die at the age of 30 like Martin Luther King. I don't understand why people were recording it, and Oprah is acknowledging those who recorded it without saying, but why didn't you do more than just record, right? What's your horror? If there's any horror story you want to share or something you want to share, but even more important than that, how do you take care of yourself? Because it comes at, look at Michael Jean, right? Was it Ahmed Hussein who also came here to speak? And Ahmed Hussein says, every now and then some people question, like they think he's one of the aide for one of the ministers. That's what he said. He said it here. He says, look at him and say, like, which of the honorables are you serving? Like whose assistant are you? You just look at a man this tall, because he's Black, and you ask him whose assistant he is. He will now say, politely, will say, well, I'm one of the people here, like, this is who I am. That was his horror story he shared. Senator Paulette Senior, one last word from you. How do you, if there's
Alex, I'm not quite sure that it's helpful to share horror stories. And I certainly have my suitcase full of them. I think, though, for me, it's more about the stage that we're at in terms of how we deal with issues like what happened to the Honorable Michelle Jean. And so I'm thinking the immediate thing that rose to my mind is, what is our reaction to that? Who is at Uber that I can make a call to? Because when things happen to me, I don't joke, right? I act immediately and I think strategically, what do I do? So, and I can think of a story with my niece who, demonstrated that. Someone said something to her. It was just a garbage man picking up our garbage, and this was last year, and we had a ton of it. And asking him to pick it all up, and I'm pretty sure what she won't tell me, but I can guess what he said to her while I was standing right there. And what did we do? We called the right people and we took care of it, right? We held people accountable. And I know who I can call at Uber very clearly. And I know that there would be action taken. So for me, it is not about the story that we then share. It is what is the action that we will take. That's what's important to me. And I think that's how we need to think. We need to have a network of people who are in different areas of life, sectorally, that we can call to say, who do you know? Whether it's in banking, whether it's in transportation, whether it's in government, we need to have a network, because this is how I deal with issues that are personal to me, to make sure the person who has committed that particular horrible act know that they cannot do it with impunity. That is what's important to me. And so what is the action that we will take when something like this happens?
What fuels your tenacity and resilience? You are unstoppable, and you don't even have a gun in your hand. You talk very calmly. You have a suitcase full of horror story. What fuels yours?
I was raised by a grandmother that was tenacious in Jamaica, and she set some examples of how to deal with when people mess with you. And maybe they weren't all healthy, but what I learned from that was that I need to understand what my rights are, and I need to take action. And I think that's important. But in this particularly sometimes horrible world that we live in, where things are going to happen, right? It's about how do we raise our children and our young people to know what to do, so that they're not shocked, but they also can react calmly and take the action that they need to take. That is what we must do. We must not go away just being angry and upset. Anger and upset has its place, but the action we take is what matters. And that is how I look at being able to address issues like what happened to the Governor General.
Absolutely. Thank you. We appreciate your time. I know, Patricia, some people sent you a message already to ask Senator.
Yes.
I think she had maybe just a few minutes.
A couple of minutes. Okay,
Yeah,
so just take the
answer the question for them.
question.
I see the question. Very important question.
Yes. Before then, I just want to read a comment from Janelle Skerrit, who is head of Children's Aid Society at York Region.
My sister.
Hi, Janelle. So Janelle says, we need to be able to have real conversations about how things happen, so our young people can understand what you said, Paulette. We tend to be in an era of canceling people and blaming single actors, when it is a system and deliberate acts of disenfranchisement that are rooted in ABR. It is not just the leader to the south, nor was it the officer acting alone. It was the fact that millions of people voted, and the officer believed he could do so because of years of supporting evidence. I really love this, because I was watching this movie that's out there, Snow White, and there was a wicked leader, and everybody did nothing until the people said, we're going to do something, and they stopped obeying the orders of this wicked leader, and she was removed because everybody said, no, we remember who we are as a society, remember what we stand for, and we're not going to, kill our fellow citizens because you said so. We're not going to throw people out because you said so. And things changed at that point. So it's really important that we're all involved, especially our young people. So to the question from Jenny, it says, what advice would you give to Black women navigating director DEI roles in corporate spaces during this heightened external climate?
Or could you just repeat that one more time?
Okay, yeah. So it's saying, what advice do you have for let me.
Yeah, what advice?
What advice do you have to give to Black women navigating director roles in corporate spaces during this heightened external climate? To do with the EDI roles now.
That's such an important thing to keep in mind. Form networks. Make sure you're not alone. Get allies who will stand with you. Get people you can trust. Build relationships. Because you're there doesn't mean that the corporate environment is going to be supportive. Never make that assumption. So understand that your job is not just about EDI initiatives, but it's about what is the relationships you will form when the storm comes at you. Right? What relationships do you have in place? What have you built around you to protect you? It is tactical and it is strategic.
Yeah. So, and I want to say, I looked at the registration. There's 216 people. They've been going in and out. About 40%, I think I mentioned this, Supervisor, they are EDI directors, EDI VP. And there's a column we say, put your question. They are stuck. They're like, some are scared. When we started this, we created a WhatsApp group. There are 66 EDI directors there. One woman, many of them were not getting budget. Many of them were women, actually, and many of them were Black. And many of them were undermined. Some were given payroll to be doing instead of a director of human rights. So one particular one, she was pregnant. She says, can she talk to me? We came on the call. And she was crying, literally. I said, but how many months pregnant are you? She said 7. I said, and you're crying like this? And she says, Alex, I'm the breadwinner. My husband has no job. I can't live, but they are undermining me so much. I have a master's in law in human rights, and they want me to be doing payroll for part-time employees. What do I do? I said, unfortunately, I can't give you that kind of advice what to do. I'm just saying, if it was me or for my sister, I'd be concerned about the baby first. Like you may be losing this baby. So I've seen very terrible situations. Some, they pay them big money, but no staff. So there are many of you on the line, and that question, whoever asked it, is on behalf of all the questions we got, pre-questions. I didn't think we'll have this even opportunity to say that. So what the senator is saying, you heard that from me, build a support group around yourself. Don't think because they made you an EDI director, that's the end of it. Like, they won't give you the budget. And if you can't take it, allow me to throw one in there, then leave. Like, protect yourself. If it's giving you mental health issues, that particular woman, by the way, left, and she went to start her law firm. So I've been promoting her business, and she's
Alex, I think it's also understand as much as possible the environment you're going into. Take the time to understand it. So that you are not surprised because you've made assumptions that because they brought in EDI, because George Floyd was murdered, that it's going to be a welcoming environment. This is not the case. So I think it's really important to take stock of the environment you're in, be clear about what you can do within whatever particular timeline, and also be clear about what is your limit, like what is the thing you will not do? What is the point at which you say this is enough for me? I can't make a difference here, and because my mental health is at risk. I think that's because if you put yourself first and you're working within the reality of how things are, what are the wins that you can have? And who will be with you, beside you, behind you, in front of you? Who is the person you set up as your sponsor? Who have you built trust with? Right? Whether they're internal or external, you know, but and that's why I'm saying build those relationships. One of the things that I learned in all my executive roles is that I need to have people around me who know me, know what I'm capable of, understand what my pain points are, and can advise me wisely. If that's not in place, and I want to emphasize wisely, because you don't need people who are going to be emotional and get upset and are not useful when you need them to be wise advisors. You may not like what they have to say, but perhaps there's something that they're seeing or understanding that you do not, because you're in it. Because you're in it, you miss things. But when you've trusted someone who, because you've built that trusting relationship with them, understand what you're dealing with, because they can see the beast before you do.
No, I like that. I mean, clearly there's wisdom that needs to be applied at every stage of this work. And thank you so much, Senator Senior, for being here. I've learned a lot, and thanks for the deep insights. At this point, I'd like to bring in, Pauline, to give a vote of thanks to the Honorable Senator. Pauline?
Oh my goodness. That was a download. I love you from way back, and I thought you were just a great woman, but today, your wisdom, oh my goodness, that was pretty solid. My takeaway was, I like the inclusivity part and the intersectionality, and about understanding that we need to have allies. We need to have sponsors. We need to ensure that we galvanize the troop. Our biggest capital is not money, is our connectivity. That it's relationships, building that support framework. We can't be doing it by ourselves. It doesn't work. We can't be doing it by ourselves. It's one big takeaway. We can't think that we have arrived and we're all here. Like, you're so beautiful. You have worked the ground. And it's great when we have people who understand the ground, and now they're elevated into this position. And when you say having the lens, not everyone will have your lens. Your lens goes right across the spectrum because you have done it. You have been there, and you've been honest. You've been true. You have been authentic. And you really warms my heart. You really warm my heart when I hear you speak the words you spoke today that will guide us. And even in the war, when the war comes at us, we can't be emotional. No, we got to be strategic. So we thank you for coming, making time out of your schedule. And we can just imagine how compact that is to be here with us and to be able to add that lens and to add the wisdom, being in the spaces that you have been. so we can use those as tools to get us by, because the journey is not a sprint, it's a relay. And I'm a runner, but I take that. It's not all those sprints, Pauline, right? It's a relay, and we have to take our rest, self-care. So sometimes we need the support framework to understand that I am tired. Don't say, oh yeah, we're going to exit you now because you're not performing the way you used to. But yes, you're tired. So now the next person has to take the baton and continue to go, because it's a lifelong journey. We'll never see the end of this, but we need to see progress. And so we thank you. I take my hat off to you. You know you're my queen, way back. And we thank you for being here. And I know Alex was all excited about you. And we were so disappointed when you were not able to come at the awards, but we understand. But yeah, you are, if you're one person that I know that is in a position that is well deserving, because you're there to represent us, you're one of those ladies. And I thank you. And on behalf of the Canadian Congress, we thank you. And Alex,
thank you for the flowers.
You got it.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the flowers, and I appreciate all of you. And it's important to keep this discussion alive and the actions that we'll take. And it's good to see you all. It's very good to see you all. And I look forward to seeing you, I believe, sometime in the fall.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Okay. So good to see you. Good to see you, Janelle, and other incredible folks on this call. And thank you, Patricia, for being in dialogue with me. It's appreciated.
Yeah, my absolute pleasure.
Great job, Patricia.
Yeah, we're so proud of you, and yeah, we're cheering for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. God bless. We'll be in touch with your office.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. My goodness, what a
flowers,
yes.
Butterflies.
Yes, what a power message from the senator. Absolutely. Well, Patricia, you're not supposed to debrief this, but we have Pauline. But one, let me,
waiting since 10:30.
No, stay on. Something that has been literally said all the time here, which is interesting. Like is the fact that we need to build community, is the fact that we need to have support group. Pauline, I wanted to ask you a question because you kept saying sponsorship. I know what you meant. Some people, when they hear, some people like me, when we hear sponsorship, we're thinking, where's the money to support my work? But I know that's not what you meant. You're talking about somebody sponsoring you. So
a mentor.
I would love you to
greater than a mentor.
I would love you to expand on that. That's what I'm saying. I know what you meant, but I want you to expand on that.
A sponsor, and I know especially in the charitable world, a sponsor is viewed as someone who gives you money. Oh, take the money. We believe in the cause, and go make it happen. And you perform, put on a nice gala or whatever, and it ends. No, a sponsor is not even a mentor. It's someone, as Paul Senator Senior said, is someone who will take your name into places of significance while you're not there. They're not the mentor that you sit with on a one-on-one and they try to coach you into how to be an amazing leader. But it's someone, when they're in that space that you're not, will say, I give my endorsement to this name. And when they do that, do not disappoint them. Because someone is calling your name and they are putting their credibility to some degree at risk, because the people that they're amongst, in terms of high profile people who have the opportunities that will give you that, extra, that next level opportunity, you cannot disappoint them. So is that person that you need to have. We need to have our own advice. And sometimes we believe that we can do it on our own, but everybody needs to have an executive advisory. And there might be 5 people on your team that and as the senator said, you must have people in different sectors along life's journey. So I know I need some in media or TV. I know I can call Patricia, and Patricia will get me on global television or whatever. And as a woman, and we know what we're about in kind of raising the standards, right? And get our people through the door. And if I need an opportunity, Alex, in terms of a speaker or whatever, gonna get, if Alex says he's going to be there behind you, he's going to be there. And I can call all the other names around this virtual room. You need those people in there in politics. Like, for example, Minerva, I don't know if she's on the line, but she's another person, is, maybe behind the scenes there, but someone you can call on and say, let's do this. We need support on this. And we have to have those different representations to get this going, because it has to be a collaborative, my friends. It can't be me and you on your own. Can I go right into my
No, this is what we're doing now. Like I'm merging this because we are kind of behind on time. The Governor General had some difficulty, but we may as well just have a dialogue. But I want to start with Patricia. Patricia, you're representing the media. I think you're the most fascinating thing the media has ever seen in Canada. That's my opinion. We talked about this. You do what you do, but I see you as a social justice advocate. There's none of your bio mentions that. But I believe that your role is to literally use the media to change the narrative about Black people and minoritized people and all that. And you are doing that, but it's not in the forefront of your work. How far have you gone? Why is that necessary? Why are they not doing it? Why is the media? You said it, the Governor General became a Governor General. They say from the ghettos of Haiti to the Senate of Canada. Why do they have to go to the ghetto? Can't you just say, fine Black woman becomes senator, becomes a Governor General? Tell us, what are you doing behind the scene to use the media to change the narrative?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Alex. The media is a very important platform, and there has been no movement. There has been no successful, movement without the support of the media, be it the civil rights movement, any movement. If the media is not on board, it's not going to work. The power of the media cannot be overemphasized. I mean, talk about challenging narratives, changing the narrative. The media can challenge the stereotypes. It can debunk misinformation and also reshape perceptions on a group of people. If you look at the image of the Black community in the media, it's tainted with negativity. Like you're talking about the story about Mikejon becoming Governor General, which I've told thousands of times. When she became Governor General and the mainstream media, something that was such a celebratory moment, they actually found a way to bring negativity into it. One of the headlines said, from the ghettos of Port-au-Prince to Parliament Hill. Another one said, refugee becomes Governor General. The people who tell the stories, the agenda that they have shows in everything that they do. Even if the story is not connected, they find a way to connect something that is part of their agenda. That's why for me, I see the media as a tool, not just to bring about social change, but to correct the narrative about our people. Because if you tell one-sided stories, you're not helping, the community. Like Mikejon said earlier, she said, marginalization is not a passive event. It is violence, because when somebody tries to get a job and what people saw on TV is rising up against them at that moment, that's violence. When somebody is at the hospital and they're mistreated, in that moment, it's violence. When somebody's taking an Uber and they go through what the Honorable Mikejon went through, that's violence. I mean, when you can't even go to school. My daughter, for instance, 3 kids were expelled from the same school because of my daughter. This thing was so traumatic that she started to have mental health challenges, and she stopped going to school for a protracted period of time. So that is violence. So this thing is a very serious matter. So using our platform to advocate, to bring about social justice in society, is just something that I think, not just us, but all media organizations should do. Give their platforms for people to come and speak about social issues that are happening and hold our leaders accountable, So for me, this is a serious job. It's as serious as life and death.
Wow, the passion is glaring. Please put love signs on an emoji for Patricia. One more question for you, Patricia, before I segue. When we talk about the media, it's massive. What's the media, frankly, right? Is it face the young people today, most of them, when you say media, they think of Facebook and Instagram, right? But there's still CNN. CNN is powerful. CTV here is powerful, right? So, I was my mom, let's say, it just happened that the TV was on Cable Plus 24. For those who are not in Toronto, Cable Plus 24. If you don't have mental health strength, don't watch it. Right? But that's what they do, though. Is this person was killed, the other one was stabbed, this one was raped, the police died. My goodness, the woman asked me, is this all the thing in Canada? And I said, mommy, no. Don't use Cable Plus to judge us. So, but you see, if she didn't mention it, she goes back to Nigeria and say, in Canada, they kill every day, they rape every day. But all she watched was Cable Plus. The other one, CTV or Global News, they don't carry as much of those things. They talk about all this other stuff. So please, I want you to help us to understand. I mean, you can't talk about all the kinds of media. Social media is powerful. The mainstream media is powerful. But there's another media that we don't talk about the most, and you recently broke through that. That is the ability to use movie to send a message, right? You created a movie. People could have gone there, ate popcorn, and went home. You decided to have question and answer after movies because you wanted to educate people on mental health. Is that not media? So please, in a minute or two, give us media 101. So when we say the media, what are we talking about? Is it Facebook? Is it CNN? Is it movie? People didn't think movies media. Is book a media? I don't know. Newspaper, is that media? Global Mail, people still read that. By the way, I try to read the latest article of the Governor General. Global Mail say I have to pay to read it. I'm like, I didn't know you have to pay to read some article, but is that what the media is doing now too? Patricia, please educate us. And before you do, Jacqueline, you're probably wondering why I pulled you. The work you're doing in the health industry is very powerful. So I'm going to come to you. Colleen, thank you for stepping up as well. Jeanette, you are going to live 100 years old, but still be doing social justice. So we appreciate you. Patricia, go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So the media is any platform that disseminates information, and in contemporary times, the media is no longer just TV, newspapers, magazines, and what we traditionally knew. If you have a platform, even social media, or a book, or a movie, where you can reach people with information, you're a broadcaster. You're broadcasting. I mean, these days, influencers are very powerful. But you talked about the film that I just made. I always believe that as a media, as a journalist, as a media person, you have to ask yourself, what do I stand for? And once you answer that question, it will actually influence the message that you put out. Same thing with the movie. I asked myself, what is it that I want, to share with the world? What is it that the world needs? What is relevant? And what's going to change society? And hence, I came up with a movie called The Life Coach, which I wanted us to speak about issues like self-acceptance, mental health, the basic principle of loving one another that we've neglected so much in today's world. In a time when we need to be a community, we're deviating and moving farther away from that concept of community, which I thought I needed to bring to the big screen. And I'm glad that a lot of people, this sparked conversations. We had Q&As all over, Canada and in some international locations. And I'm happy that we're able to have these conversations. But I just want to challenge everyone that has any form of medium. Even the things that you don't put out, the things that you like, the things that you choose not to comment on, you're actually making an impact with that. So if there's something that you need to comment on and you didn't, if there's somebody you need to encourage that you didn't, it's a reaction. So inaction is action in itself. So this is a time when we can't sit quiet, because when I was in California a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in fear. I mean, the guy that served at the restaurant said a friend of mine went to visit family and couldn't come back. I'm afraid of traveling. The people are afraid of traveling to do very important things at this moment because they're afraid of being deported when they get back at the airport. And these are people that are permanent residents of a country. But the question I ask is not the one man is terrorizing or making people feel uncomfortable in their own country, is that everyone is sitting there and doing nothing. So I think this is a time when the media, anyone that has some sort of a platform, needs to ask themselves, what is it? What is my message? What do I want to, impact? What do I want to bring to whatever conversation is going on in the world?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Jeanette, you heard Patricia's question. They say, what is my message? What is the impact I want to bring to the world? I'm asking you now. You have a minute or two to talk. You are muted, by the way. What is your message and what is the impact you want to bring to the world? Jeanette, you're still muted. You're still muted. And yeah, quickly take a few seconds to introduce yourself. Like I know you, I know most of you. In fact, I know all of you. I love your smile, Shina. Just that smile is so beautiful. Hey, you gotta borrow me that smile. I thought my smile was beautiful, but I think yours is even more. Janelle, please introduce yourself quickly, 10 seconds. I know you run some organization and stuff, and then answer Patricia's question.
Well, my name is Janelle Scarrett, and yes, I have been in leadership in many different organizations, most recently at York CAS in York Region. And
what is York CAS?
York is the Children's Aid Society of York Region.
Yeah, I know that though. It's just.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying, please, if you're introducing yourself, just keep in mind there are people from US here, there are people from Nigeria, from Zimbabwe, from all over. Let's just, okay, go ahead.
Yes. And so your question, please repeat the crux of the question.
The last thing Patricia said, it says, if you have any medium, so if you have Facebook, you have phone, anything at all, what is your message to the world? Why are you here? Like, I'm not saying everybody should be social justice. If you are here to be singing, then go and sing. But you particularly, why are you here? Not on this platform, but on this.
Yes, I understand. Well, one of the things is about connecting people, and my message, that when I say the message that has come to me, not my message that I, through divine prayer and those sorts of things, is that we need to repair the intergenerational connections, because I think we're having.
Wait. I'm not Patricia, right? Patricia is a media person, so she can memorize everything, very calm. Me, I'm a hard talk guy. I bring fire and blow everything up. Can you say that again slowly? I got it, but I want it is very powerful. Say it slowly again.
That the message I am getting is that we need to repair the intergenerational connections.
Okay, pause. We need to repair the intergenerational connection. Yes. What's that? Remember, I failed in school.
Well, okay, I am always coming from a very African-centered perspective. And what I see happening right now is that there is this thing called young people. There is this thing called old people. And it is as if we exist in different planes in the same part of the world, right? Or in the same experience. And so I think it's a coming together and an understanding that, one, as older people, we are still here and the young people need us. And for the young people to realize that there is a lot to be gained from that partnership. It's not just about send me money, which is probably a very sensitive focal point because those are the messages I get from my teenagers these days. But I think also it is about what is the wisdom, the kinds of things that Paulette was talking about, the kinds of things that the other speakers spoke about around what we know and how we can contribute as a community. That's one. And the other thing is that, I hear people talk about leadership and things get celebrated and so on, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance of really considering ourselves as part of a larger community and part of an ongoing effort for social justice. Because if we separate or sever that connection with all the movements and all of the work, and then the third and last thing I'll say is that we also have to be able, and this is particularly talking about a response to anti-Black racism, we have to be able to imagine ourselves outside of a struggle so that we can actually be all that we are meant to be. Because God did not create us as victims of anti-Black racism, as victims of colonialism, or as victims of the transatlantic slave trade. We have a purpose that is so much greater than that, that we need to realize. And this activity of always responding to anti-Black racism takes us away from our divine purpose. And, I say that our liberation is not something we have to work for. We're born free. We just have to remember it, get back to it, activate it. So those are the things that I try to share.
Everybody's clapping for you. Nays are nodding. Yeah, maybe next time we should pull you out and give you a slot so you can do your own workshop. But you end it with a quote I love. When I saw this quote about 30 years ago, changed my life. Quotes have changed my life. The things have changed my life is quotations and Bible verses. Those two. I call them keys, right? It was by Jean Cousteau. Jean Cousteau is a French philosopher, was in the Marines. He says, man, of course, woman, they say people were born free, but everywhere you look, they're in chains. Just take a pause. Those on YouTube and wherever you're watching from, I'm going to say that slowly. This is some people, that's all you need to hear. You were born free. You were born free.
Yes.
You were born free. Say, but everywhere I look, I feel like crying. Because as I'm thinking of those who are around me who are in chains. One woman told me once, I said, man, you've been in the bank 20 years. Like, one day you're going to run the bank. She said something, she broke my heart into pieces. They say, Alex, motivational man, you are just trying to encourage me and do inspiration. And then she said, look at me. I'm a woman. I'm Black. And I'm fat. Where am I going? And you tell me there are people who cannot breathe. She can't breathe. She can't breathe. I didn't know what to say. They said, look at me. I'm a woman. I'm Black. And I'm fat. Where the hell am I going? Who's going to give me a chance? Another woman sat with me face to face. Black eyes. She's very Black, but her eyes are so Black that it showed even though she's very Black. She's been beaten by her spouse, or common law, she called it. And she said I should help her. I said, what help do you need from me? They say I need help. I say, no, be specific. I'm teaching some of you now. Don't go and be giving help when people don't know the help they need. It doesn't give me help. I said, what help? You have to vocalize it. He said, but I'm in pain. I'm suffering. I said, have you considered options like seeking help from the government, the women's shelter, blah, blah, blah? I mean, the few things I know, I'm not a woman. She said something again. It's almost like she took a dagger and pierced it into my heart. They say, Alex, I have 3 kids from 3 different men. If I leave this one, do I still have a chance? Do I still have a chance? When we talk social justice, people think it's about racism. Let me educate some people. Social justice does not start with racism. Social justice is a concept that was started by a Catholic priest back in Italy, way back, and it was focused on poverty. It was focused on people who were poor. That's what it was focused on. The Italians in Italy were so poor that they had this area called ghetto. Ghetto is not for Black people. Now, if you say ghetto, you say, hey, I'm a rapper, I'm a ghetto. Shut the hell up. Don't tell me because you know how to rap, that automatically, or you grew up in Jane and Fair, or wherever you grew up, say you ghetto. Do you know where ghetto is? It's in Italy, somewhere around that area. That's where it was. Ghetto started from there. And of course, the Italians got into construction and they became distant. I've read the Jews, how did they become prominent? I've read the Jewish, Italian, the Greek, and I've read the Blacks. And I know that some of the challenges we are faced with. So it says, man was born free, everywhere they're in chains. There are two people I want to, just in case they have to run off. Pauline, and you are one of my heroes. 100%. If you are not, I won't say. Let me some for those who don't know me and Pauline's story. Pauline was the head of BBPA, and I was in the bank CIBC. I was running the Black Employee Network in CIBC, over 5,000 Blacks. Long story short, we were the one who made them make the first Black vice president executive in CIBC, 2006. They didn't have. I went to this executive. I said, I want a Black executive to mentor me. I knew they didn't have. They started to run up and down. After they run up and down, I said, just tell me the truth. You don't have. You don't have. The highest Black ranking guy is a call center director. They now brought. So Pauline came to the bank to solicit for money for BBPA, which is Black Business and Professional Association. If you are Black and you're a business or professional person, you should go find more information about them. They do programs to help. And then they now came to me and said, there's a woman in the bank looking for money for some organization run by Blacks. Since you run the Black group in the bank, why don't you come to the meeting? And I met Pauline. As I said, the rest is history. But as I was escorting Pauline out of the building, she said something. I give credit to whom credit is due. My mom taught me that. Now, I was already speaking, doing community work, making $100, $500. I didn't need money then. I had a lot of money paid in the bank. Pauline now said, what are you, like, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't even give the bank any of your time. You should be in the community and making changes and changing the whole community. Her belief in me was similar to my mom's belief in myself. And that speech you gave on your way out of the bank, I consider it, I'm a spiritual man, what they call confirmation. And eventually I left the bank and I started my own organization. And as they say, also the rest is history. So Pauline, I know you've done that for many people. Some have told me, and some may never tell you. Your reward, not just in heaven, I'm a heaven guy, but there's reward here on earth. May God not let you be taken until you reap every seed you have sowed in everybody. Pauline, that day is when I first time I heard the word Black excellence. I've heard the word Black and I've heard excellence, but I've never heard them put together. Pauline's like, we need this money because Black excellence. We need this money because Black excellence. I didn't hear any other thing you said. All I heard was Black excellence, Black excellence, Black excellence, Black excellence. What is Black excellence and why are you willing to give your blood for it? Unmute yourself, Pauline, and give us your spiel. You're muted. You're muted.
Black excellence is all about believing our people, and I believe that we are a superior being. Forgive me if I said the wrong thing, but I truly believe that Blackness is a gift, and we have to prove that we're a gift by how we present ourselves, and our daily the outcomes of our lives. So as we walk the journey, we have to show excellence in what we do. So for me, everything, my kids will tell you when they were home that, everything, I believe that, it's not like you're a perfectionist, but I believe that because we know that there are always onlookers, we have to make sure that we are showing excellence within us. So whatever we do, whether we're in the workplace or we're at school or we are in the community, I think we have to represent what we claim we are. And so people believe in us and will contribute to that. And they can see it more as a collaborative effort, that if we allow us to be great and we are part of the overall being, then everything, the outcomes will be great when you look at everything in its totality. And I think that people, I think that especially in corporate Canada, they believe in, and I know they might call us tokens, right? But I think that if they see us as contributors, they will invest with us. So it's basically.
Thank you so much. One more question for you before I let you run off. You and Patricia have to run off. I know that. But I love two of you so much. I don't want you to run off, but then you have to run off, so I'm going to have to let you run off. Very simple. Pauline, you heard the fine young woman called Nancy from Diversity Institute present a 111-page report, which I have read. I was lying down on my bed on Saturday and I went through the whole report. I was intrigued, right? About what, how did she call it? A Black economy report, well, our Black economy. Since you started doing this 100 decades ago, Pauline, you have helped a lot of Black people become economically viable or to move their economic wealth. But I know, you didn't tell me this, correct me if I'm completely wrong. I know that you are not satisfied with how far we've come economically as Black people. Question number one, what's holding us back? Question number two, what can we do about it?
But Alex, I love your questions, but I have a strong message before I run that I wanted to leave.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, I really wanted to leave this message. So can I do it within the message and you can take from it?
In fact, do your message first. And if you don't have time for that question, I will get one of these.
No, because I know we're running out of time and I want to take up too much time. So I have a strong message along the whole theme that you gave us.
Yes.
And I think it will resonate with a lot of our, the people we have around the virtual table. So you want to answer that, and then to do the message, and what do you want?
Go ahead. However you want.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Which one?
No, give your message first.
Give my message, yeah.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, so first of all, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to a man who has made it in his mission to awaken greatness in others, Alex Iyama. Thank you, Alex, for your relentless drive and for inviting me to this sacred space of remembrance, resilience, tenacity, courage, and resistance. The George Floyd Symposium. I am honored to walk alongside you, our guest speakers, Senator Paulette Sr. and our former Governor General Michel Jean, on this divine journey towards justice. Let me begin with the truth we often whisper, but today we must shout. Justice does not whisper back when called. It demands a voice louder than silence, stronger than fear, and deeper than pain.
Wow.
When George Floyd cried loudly, he asked, "Get off my neck." The earth trembled, his breath stolen in plain view, birth a global awakening. But this murder was not the beginning, nor was it an end. It was the spark and reignited an internal flame. Justice, my friends, is like a seed. You bury it beneath centuries of oppression, water it with blood of martyrs, and try to suffocate it under systems designed to forget. But what happens? It grows and it grows. It pushes through concrete. It twists around the barriers. It splits steel with its roots, just unstoppable. Because justice, like truth, refuses to stay buried, you just can't keep it down. In my book, Breaking Barriers in Pursuit of Excellence, I wrote, there is something defiant about a seed that chooses to sprout in drought. It tells the world, I will grow not because I am welcomed, but because I am destined. This world has no place for cowards. We must rise up and be bold or become bold. So let me ask you, what kind of seed are we planting today? What legacy are we nurturing beneath our anger, our fatigue, and our tears? We must be a seed that refuses to die. We must understand something radical. The system wasn't broken, or it isn't broken. It was built this way. To change it, we must not merely patch the cracks. We must reimagine and redesign the foundation. Justice isn't just about changing laws. It's about reshaping hearts, rewriting narratives, and building from the ashes of complacency. When I was told you don't belong here, as a Black woman in boardrooms, as a leader in community activism, I didn't ask for permission to rise. I planted my feet, I adjusted my crown, and I spoke with the voice of every ancestor who endured so I would, and the God that breathed breath in my nostrils. And so we must. This is not the hour for shrinking. This is an era of expanding boldly, unapologetically. Dr. King once said, a riot is the language of the unheard. But today we translate pain into purpose. We transform rage into reform. We orchestrate a symphony of change. Each voice, each vote, each vigil, a power not in this opera of justice. Yet some still ask, why is this choir so loud? Why are they so relentless? Yet some still ask, why? Why? Because silence is complicit. Because George Floyd had to plead for breath that should have been his by birthright. Because justice delayed is justice designed to be denied. So, yes, we are vocal. Yes, we are thunder in the courtrooms. Yes, we protest in the streets. Yes, we are poetry on display. We are harmony of the unseen, melody of the unknown, chorus of the invisible, and echoes of the unsaid. Let me remind you, our resilience was not born in comfort. It was forged in fire. We survived ships that weren't meant to land. We built nations that weren't built for us. We fought wars with hands tied and still came out standing. I remember walking into rooms where my presence was a question mark, where success was seen as an anomaly. But as I write in my book, Breaking Barriers in Pursuit of Excellence, if you do not see a seat at the table, don't just bring a chair, bring a hammer and build your own. That's why we build our own company. That's why we don't work for anyone. We, the descendants of strength, courage, resistance, kings, queens, civilization, and Black joy are not here to beg for space. We own the ground we stand on, and we will not apologize for the audacity to dream, to fight, and to win. So where do we go from here? What is the blueprint of justice? What does it look like? We educate, we mobilize, and we strategize. We educate not just to inform minds, but to awaken spirits. Let our children learn their history, not the sanitization version, but the raw, unfiltered truth, because knowledge is a form of resistance. We mobilize. From our corners of influence, we lead, whether in classrooms, courtrooms, or congregations. We must be architects of equity. We strategize. Justice must be intentional. Our passion must be partnered with policy. Our emotions must be anchored in execution. Today, I charge you with this as I end. I charge you with only a little bit of a takeaway. Let me remind you, our resilience was not born in, I got off there. Today, I charge you with this. Don't just be a moment in history. Be the movement that reshapes history. We are not just dreamers. We are the dawn breakers, history makers, record breakers. We are not just survivors. We are the standard bearers and trend setters. We are not just voices. We are the vision. To the memory of George Floyd and the countless others, we see you, we hear you, we carry you. And to the system that underestimated the power of a people who rise together, watch us work. Watch out. We are here to stay, for we were built to last. Thank you. May justice live loudly through all of us, not some of us. I repeat, all of us. Thank you again for allowing me this opportunity, Alex. May God bless you. Let's not just march, let's go move mountains. Thank you.
Wow, wow. I should have kept you for the last. That's so powerful. That is so powerful. I'm unmuting everybody for 2-3 seconds. Just say to justice. Come on, to justice. Everybody, want to go. To justice.
Justice.
Absolutely. Unmute yourself. Want to go. To
Justice.
justice. To justice.
Justice.
Absolutely.
Justice.
Pauline, Patricia Bibia, and Pauline Kristen, thank you so much. Two of you are excused. You can go change the word that you find yourself in. Patricia, thank you. Pauline, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So you guys can see. So the dialogue is going to shift gradually to academia. And I have all this PhD. I don't know. I would have loved to have mine, but they said, what did they say? ADD or DDD or something. They came up with something. So I created my own school of greatness. I have over 200,000 students in 45 nations and counting. So I appreciate all you that have patience to go through PhD to get to where you are. All guys here, Shana is here, Erica is here, Paul is here. Before we dive into that, Colleen, a minute or two, bring your greetings to the house and leave your word so we can let these professors continue. And then Charmaine, I'll get to you right away.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alex. And I'm still processing what was just said. So hello, everyone. I am Colleen James. I'm a regional counselor, elected official out in Kitchener, Ontario. I represent Kitchener residents. I am the first Black woman, anything racialized, diverse at the table. And as a politician, navigating the spaces, I kind of, I wasn't here for the Honorable Michael Jean. I heard our Senior, our Senator. And I want to say there's a few key nuggets I just want to point on, because as leadership, navigating leadership, cannot speak highly enough about that sponsorship. I am where I am because there were people who said my name in spaces that I didn't have access to. And then the other caveat to this is when you get into those spaces, what do you do with that? Not just lifting people up, but making sure that other people are coming with you, but that you're amplifying those voices. And as somebody who has to go through it, Alex, I have my horror stories too. And something that Paul, I just want to shout out Paul, because you said something about the way that our voices are actively trying to be checked. This is what we navigate constantly, especially in systems that really I should be there, but they don't want me there. And navigating that and making sure that there are people who will come up and that carrying the baton, that the blueprint is there for them. That is what I see my role as. There's a blueprint there. There was a blueprint made before me for other people. We are not starting at ground zero. We're just making sure that baton is being carried forward. And as somebody who is in a policy-making decision, this is part of the reason why I know that these systems, they'll exclude us. And there are times I sit at a table and I look at a policy, I look at some sort of legislation coming down, in that perspective, I can say that's going to cause harm. Why is that worded the way that is? And having that perspective. So it's more than just the representation, what we do with it. So we have to use our voices. We have to make sure we are taking up space, and that we know that for those that are coming to join us, I don't think that it should be a trade-off. There's people who come to join us, the generations who are coming after us, these young people. I often make space at regional council table, and I bring in the youth and I say, come, this is your space. You're paying for this. Your parents are paying for this. This belongs to us. every place. We were born free and we deserve to have access to everything. So I wanted to jump on Paul or Alex. Thank you so much. Paul, thank you for what you said earlier. Research, I want to reach out to you to discuss that. It is an honor to serve, but it's more important for me. It's knowing that we do have representation, but what do we do with this? And as an elected official, the tides are coming against us. In 2022, I was elected, and I know that there is a narrative with George Floyd and the murder of George Floyd. Many of us who were elected in these leadership roles, we are the equity hire, we are the diversity hire, we are the token. That's not the case. We are excellent, as we just heard from the former speaker. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Alex. I do have to go to another meeting.
Yes.
I will, whenever I can, when I do have the time, I make sure that I'm here. So thank you for bringing us.
I always appreciate you popping into the Congress. The Congress is your home. You are now, I mean, not now, the first time you came, whenever you come on the Congress, you become a congresswoman or a congressman or whatever congress president that you want to be. So I consider you a congresswoman at the Canadian Congress, and it's home.
One other thing, Alex, I am the co-chair of the Congress of Black Politicians across Canada. There are many of us.
Oh, cool.
Then we are, but reach out. I'm on LinkedIn. There's a Congress of Black Politicians across Canada, over 100 of us.
Really?
All elements, yes. The school board trustees, I know Kathy was on here earlier, Trustee Kathy. There's all different partisans. We may align differently party-wise, but we have things in common, the intersectionality. So please reach out on LinkedIn. Okay, bye.
I'll see you. Take care. God bless you. God bless you. Absolutely. God bless you as well. Olga and Shanae. And then, of course, we'll come to you. Shanae, you look at your smile, beautiful smile. Just love that smile. You are going crazy for social justice. You've gone left, right, center. And you are just on fire. Introduce yourself to the group and tell us, as I think she's gone, or the other woman who has said she wants to bridge a generation or something. Tell us what your purpose is. Okay, you still can speak here. Okay, sorry, that's my bad. Okay, now you can unmute yourself. Quickly, we'll take a minute each or so to introduce. Go ahead.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinaika Dungre. I'm the Executive Director at the Black Physicians Association of Ontario, but I wear many, many other hats. So to Alex's point, for me, social justice is in my blood.
Yes, but what's your message? Patricia left us with a message. Whatever your platform is, you ask yourself, what is the message I want to live to the world and why?
Yeah, my message is that our identity is the story that we are told. We need to make it the story we tell ourselves. So I think for especially my community, there's so many lies. And I think we are just living so many lies of who we are. So any platform that I have, anything I'm doing, I'm pushing that we have every right to be self-actualized as everyone else. And so my work has always been about that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Olga McKee. I read your profile, right? And I was intrigued by it. I love the smile as well. You all have bright smiles. It's interesting. We are coming here on George Floyd Memorial. We're smiling. Not that we don't have our pains. I often say maturity is the ability to smile despite the pain, right? Maturity is the ability to smile despite the pain. So somebody sent me a message on Facebook the other day. I just love your smile. It's just amazing. You know, I'm sure everything's going good for you. I said, I appreciate the first half. The second one, there's nobody in this world that everything is going good for them. It's just an attitude that I have. Olga, please introduce yourself and why you are here on Earth, why you are here on this platform.
My name is Olga Marquez. I am an associate professor in the Criminology and Justice program at Ontario Tech University, which is in Oshawa, Ontario. I've been a long person who's been attending these seminars and these talks, and I've always come away with a lot of wisdom, or love hearing from other people's wisdom. I always approach these things as being a learner. One of the things I think my message is for academics, because I'm here as an academic.
Absolutely.
It's for academics who look like me, who are the people often in front of the classrooms. And when students look at me and they're like, why are you here? Why are you teaching these courses? I teach courses on race. I teach courses on on issues in diversity as well as gender and sex. They're always looking at me, why is it you? Right? Why, based on what I look like. And I always kind of try to tell them, and my messages for others in academia, people who look like me, we should approach, academia, right, as learners, right? We are there as learners. For a long time, academia and the structure of academia is that the people in the front are the knowers, kind of falling from that bell hooks, right? We take people's stories and retell them. They're not our stories to take, right? And making people spectators in their own lives, right? So giving people a platform, and not being afraid to kind of dislodge and dismantle the structure of academia. And so I think that's what I'm here. That's what I hear, what I'm hoping to kind of talk about a little bit, but that's what I want to do here. And I've done this, I've engaged in a lot of community work, mostly focused on women within the community. And it's always been, my mission has always been one of inclusion and diversity across the whole spectrum. We're talking about people with disabilities, Indigenous people. I've done a lot of work with Indigenous peoples in Canada. Yes.
So dismantle, you said it just now, because that's what we are going to discuss. So dismantle, can you reflect dismantle? I will often say dismantle colonialism in academia, but there was you said it. How did you put it?
I wish I could remember. Sometimes things come out, but it's just sort of dismantling the structures that we work in, and
that's correct. Dismantle the colonial structures in academia. Let me be very clear with my own opinion with academia. I don't like school at all. It doesn't mean I don't like you, Professor. I just don't like school. School almost made me kill myself. I tried to commit suicide twice. I had teachers who would tell me, you are not good. I don't know why you're in school. I don't know why your father is paying in school. Blah, 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 blah. Like, so when my dad would drop me, I'd just stay outside and hang out with those guys who are smoking. I like, so what's the essence? I was going through terrible abuse at home. Terrible. My dad would beat me. See my fingers, they are broken. My dad broke them. Beat me up, broke my finger, beat my mom up, beat all of us up. May so rest in peace. It's somewhere up there. And then I go to school. Nobody knows what I'm going through. In fact, nobody cares. That's how I saw it. And then they will also discipline me for not listening. They say, you talk too much and you don't listen. Now I get paid to talk. 90% of my income comes from talking. So they try to beat my purpose out of me, as I call it. My junior brother committed suicide and he died. A professor told him in school and said, over my dead body, are you going to graduate from this course? And then other professors started to make him suffer. His project was not good enough. And he said that is because of this professor that the other professors don't like him. He came home with that story. My dad says, that's not true. It's you that is bad. He went somewhere, bought medication that same day, drank it, and died. This is what school has done. School, again, I'm going somewhere with this. It's not, I'm just going to bash it. But school, again, we're teaching people 500 years ago that blacks were monkey. Churches and school were the two institutions that perpetuated the racism to this level that we are now, that we are trying to, if it took us 500 years to come here, you think it's just going to take 4 or 5 years of George Floyd dying to unpack it? I believe that academia have a critical role to transform the narrative. I believe that. If you don't, tell us why you don't. And if you do, tell us why you do. And if you do, tell us how we can support you and things that you're doing. I'm speaking to the professors now. There are some, I can see you're online. I know many of you, but you're not unable to come. Damien Bell, if you are unable to come on camera and video, I would love you in this conversation. Damien Bell, I know I read your profile. You are in UBC, University of British Columbia, I believe it is. And you are doing some diversity work there. If there's any person here that is in academia, send me a private chat and see how I can engage you in this conversation. So if you are available, Damien Bell, to join, then I would love to hear what you are doing. I heard they gave you some award. You're doing some stuff in UBC, but I know the award came with tears and pain. You don't have to tell me, and I would love to hear about it. Before we segue into that, we have Dr. Erica Amory as well. Dr. Erica, people see you, they see a fine white woman, and some will probably say, why are you doing this? Like, police is not going after you. If you are driving today, you are going 70 in the 60 zone. And I'm driving today, I'm going 40 in the 60 zone. I'm below. They will stop me and likely will not stop you. That is the truth. I say it how it is. That's the truth. In fact, let me tell you, I've tested it. I was married to a wife. My ex-wife is white. That's the truth. She's driving. And they stopped the car and they came to me, asked me for ID. And I made a joke of them. I said, just in case you think this is UK right drive, am I driving? You should be asking her. They pulled me out, put my hands on the car, searched my pocket. People were taking pictures. They were making me look like a criminal. How dare you stop a car that a white woman is driving and you're coming to ask me for ID? How? There's no law on earth. Even in Iraq, I don't think that happens. So I'm not saying what I read. A white woman, a black man. In fact, when I was dating her, we go to clubs. Some club, if I go, they'll say it's full, no place. When she comes, I say, you go. When she goes, they'll let her in. Then I go, I say, that's my girl right there. Then they'll let me in. I was using her as a pass to get into clubs. Don't tell me that we were all born equal, but we are not equal in the eyes of the law. Erica Amory, why are you doing this? Because you are one of the most white, passionate person I know. The male one is, your male version is Pornali. So if you don't know Pornali, two of you should connect. Because that man there, he's black. He just has white skin. Erica, go ahead.
Okay. That's a very good question.
Yes,
Alex.
you introduce yourself and tell us why you're doing this.
Okay. I am, as you know, Dr. Erica Amory, and I have a Doctor of Education. So I'll give you a little bit of history. I was born in Calgary in a small town. It was all white people. So you're probably wondering, how the heck did I end up in this? But fortunately, I had a mom who traveled. My dad traveled throughout the military. They were very open. And I've just always had that curiosity. So I traveled the world. I worked overseas. I volunteered in an orphanage. So I saw this stuff that I was like, oh my gosh, these privileges that I have, how can I help other people? So I ended up back in Calgary, working at the university. Now, I'm not an academic, so I'm a little bit different than some of the academics on this panel. So I don't teach. I was more in a coordinator role. So I planned sociocultural programs for international students. And at that time, I started doing my master's. And I also wasn't, like Alex, I didn't particularly like school myself. I just ended up in it. I struggled in my undergraduate. I struggled in school. I wasn't good at math. But then I finally found my passion. I was actually Googling, like, what can I do my thesis on? What am I interested in? And I really started reflecting. And I was wondering, why are my students not motivated? Because I had weekly workshops for them, to prepare them for these activities. And I came across the term intercultural competencies, and I was able to put my practical experiences, me being overseas, having these uncomfortable feelings, when I didn't feel as though I belonged. And that's a concept to talk about in my workshops a lot. So yeah, and that's how I came into the space. I ended up with a doctorate. I worked in South Africa. I did a study on developing intercultural education in the classroom. I've done workshops in Costa Rica, and I have an upcoming one in the Czech Republic. So what I found in my work is that we all need to feel as though we belong. And I know a lot of the talk has been a fantastic conversation so far on community and building those relationships, because I've had chats with students overseas in Costa Rica. Whenever I talk about belonging, someone always comes up to me. I didn't feel as though I belonged. And I'm a huge person in collaborating. I know the senator was speaking about that earlier. We need the relationship building. And I think that one person can't know everything. Like I know I have the expertise in my area, developing intercultural competencies, which is critical in DEI work. And yeah, and that's how I ended up. That's why I'm so passionate about it. I love meeting people, advocating for people. I'm now on a board for Business Women Professionals to advocate for women. And yeah, if I can do something to help out and to learn from others, I'm in. And this work is ongoing, as was said earlier. It's not just a 1-hour workshop. And that's what I've always tell people at the very beginning of my workshops. We're not going to solve everything in 1 hour. Some people I've come to, they have a tick box. What can we do in this? And then when I was doing my research, I have to tell them, like, it's not a laundry list of okay, we have all these skills, knowledge, attitudes. It's perfect. There is that power imbalance in all cases, but what can we do to lift our people up? So
Absolutely.
yeah, that's how I
Yes.
came into this.
Yes. So, one question, prepare for the question I'm going to ask you later is, what are the obstacles you face as a white woman in the EDI space? There must be. Paul has a lot. So before we come to you on that one, Shame St. Remy, my dear friend and sister, originally from St. Lucia. I hope you can unmute yourself. Yes, originally from St. Lucia, but you are right now in the States. And by the way, I see your new book. You just wrote that book, Mentoring for Grace. So why don't you tell us quickly what's your journey like? Certainly you guys are faced with some new kind of leadership out there in the US, but what's your book about, and how can mentoring help with what we're talking about?
Hi, everyone. And first of all, let me just thank you, Alex, for allowing me to be part of this August body here today. Truly, I count it a privilege to be able to be on this platform. Mentoring with Grace, it's a book that is geared towards women, but not that a man cannot read it. Let me just make it clear. But I was really aiming to speak to the heart of women in leadership. And it came off the struggles that I went through, coming out from the position of a general manager, CEO over at the last organization that I worked with in St. Lucia. And Alex, you know my story, you know everything that I went through. But I count it a privilege to have gone through those things and have been able to get the experience whereby I could speak to women. And I've always had that passion of encouragement, a passion to share what it is I have learned, and even through the Lord speaking to me, being able to share those values and those insights and those nuggets of wisdom with others. And I struggled trying to say, okay, how can I touch as many people as I need to? Because women, they're doing a fantastic job, but sometimes we forget to take care of ourselves. We take care of others, and sometimes it gets crossed. And so sometimes our mentoring, and like I think it was Pauline, sorry, who said that mentoring is not necessarily a one-on-one. It's just about, opening the spaces for others, whatever environment you're in, whatever room you're in, that you could just open the door for another individual. And sometimes you may do that and the individual may not necessarily feel equipped, and they may even doubt themselves. But then you don't take it as an indictment on yourself or on your knowledge or your ability to discern. But what you do now, you take that and you mentor the individual into appreciating who they are. And so my book is actually, as you were speaking, I pulled up one of the chapters, and the chapters is on embracing diversity and inclusion. And
Read us a brief passage from it, and then let's say.
Well, Alex, what I wanted to do is actually, while I was preparing, because I know we're short on time, I got this very brief excerpt online that I just wanted to share rather than, here, because this is speaking so much to what everyone was speaking about today. And so just give me one moment just to read it. It's a narrative on mentoring with grace and the spirit of justice.
Go ahead.
In the heart of a bustling city, tucked between courtrooms and classrooms, a quiet revolution was unfolding, not in the form of protest or legislation, but through a relationship forged in the humility, wisdom, and unwavering spirit and belief in potential. Maria, a seasoned civil rights attorney, had weathered decades of struggle. Her victories, were not only in the cases she won, but in the people she lifted. When she met Jamal, a fiery young law student with a fierce sense of justice, but raw edges, she saw in him both the spark and the storm. Others dismissed his passion as impulsive, but Maria knew better. And when I read that, I remembered you, Alex. She mentored not with correction, but with grace. She listened more than she lectured, affirming Jamal's hunger for justice while gently molding his approach. In her guidance with a kind of quiet power, one that did not dominate, but dignified. Grace in her hands was not softness, but strength, the ability to see flaws within final judgment, to hold space for growth without compromising truth. And that is what a lot, just a segue here, when we speak a lot about wanting to see justice and everything, we need to always go back to truth. And one of your presenters, Alex, I can't remember her name, who was giving the data. I think it was 100 and something page data.
Yes,
she
Nancy.
again stressed on putting both the good and the bad out there so that we are truthful in everything, and the decisions that we make are made based on a balanced scale. Under Maria's wing, Jamal learned that justice is not a sprint, but a relentless march. And we need to remember that. He came to understand that resilience is not only the ability to keep fighting, but to do so without letting bitterness erode the spirit.
Wow.
Grace taught him how to channel anger into advocacy and how to stand firm without becoming rigid. In time, Jamal would go on to lead his own battles, mentor his own rebels. But at the core of his tenacity with Marie's legacy, a reminder that justice endures not just through laws, but through hearts taught with patience, steadied with compassion, and empowered with grace. And so mentoring with grace becomes more than an act of kindness. It is a sacred thread in the fabric of justice, binding generations together in pursuit of what is right, resilient, and profoundly human.
Wow, 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 wow. That's very, very powerful.
Yes, this really touched me when I picked it up. And even in my book, there is a section, mentoring across generations, bridging the gap. And that's important also. If we have to ensure that the youth or the generation coming after us understand that you have diversity, not just in skin color, but also in who we are. Sometimes we tend to disregard the young, disregard the youth, and find, why is it that they're in those spaces? They don't know enough, they don't have enough experience. But sometimes we need even their heart. And when we bring them and we include them, then we are able to shape their minds so that all the work that is being done now can be carried on, because they understand our thought process, they understand our struggles, and they understand why we are doing what we do. So mentoring with grace goes beyond just mentoring one-on-one. It is about mentoring in life. As we as women leaders, everywhere we find ourselves, every platform we get to speak on, every engagement we have, persons are watching us. And we can also use that time to mentor, lead by example. What we say, how we say, and what we do can impact the lives of others.
Wow.
That is what my book is about. It's a little tool to get persons, leaders, women in leadership, to have you walk with it wherever you go. Just to remind yourself, you could always go back in there and to get, oh yes, this was spoken about. This is what I do. This is how I get through this. And always remember to take care of yourself, because self-care is absolutely essential.
Important. Jam-packed message from you. Charmaine, I have a soft spot for women, particularly because of my mother. As I said, terribly abused. So like if you want to put me in jail today, it's very easy. Just hit a woman where I am. I'm serious. Like, I'll take a deep breath, and if you don't stop, I don't even know what I can do. That's the truth. Honest, 100%. So take Shami's advice, especially the women, men too. They don't do enough for men, which is unfortunate. But especially the women, they have a lot of extra things that they have to work through. The racism, and if you are Black, you just get compounded. So Charmaine, drop your link on the chat for those who may want to have a copy. And let me quickly move to Damien. We have Dr. Mary Grogan, who is going to give us a closing message on reflective leadership. I'm looking forward to that, but let's have this conversation. Damien, I don't know if you can unmute yourself. You are kind of deceiving us with your background because you are in British Columbia, which is not, they don't have, I don't know if they have palm trees there. Do they have palm trees out there?
No, I am originally from Jamaica, so I try to ensure that I bring a lot of my Caribbean roots with me. So
that's how you console yourself.
Yeah, bringing a little bit of home with me everywhere I go.
Yes. So tell me, in your University of British Columbia, is that correct?
Columbia, right, the Okanagan campus.
How long have you been there? What are you doing? What are the challenges? Well, I think the senator said we should focus a lot on the solution. So we all know the challenges that you probably be going through. What it's one, not two, not three, one of the most significant initiative that you feel either you or the university is doing to break down, in the words of Olga, the systemic barriers in the structure of academia and education?
I think one of the big things that I preach within my university setting is that we struggle to achieve through decolonization or move our system forward because we continue to run these initiatives parallel to the same colonial structures. And first, we have to decolonize, we have to break that down and start off fresh. Some of the big challenges and what brought me to EDI is I am now with the university going 10 years now. When I started, it was just two of us. Then it became one, and then more comes in. But as time goes by and more Black people come in, they leave because the environment is still not safe for them. And like, okay, I can't do this.
Stop, Damien. This, as there are some things the speaker here drop, and I don't want him to rush through it. Let me just make sure I'm hearing again. I may not be hearing correctly. You're telling me that you've been there 10 years, and when Black people come in most cases, they run off.
Yes, as quickly as one Black person comes in, as the same they go out, because the environment is still toxic.
So what would you say? I'm sure they are, when they say systemic, that means there are a lot of things and stuff like that. What would you say is one thing that could change today that would make them stay longer? In business, and university is a business, they may not see it like that. We talk of what we call attrition rate. Attrition rate means how long the people stay in your company before they go. If it's short, if it's 2 years, 3 years, you are wasting a lot of money because you are hiring new people, training them, blah, 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 right? So the organizations that thrive, we found in business, I'm a business consultant, people don't know this about me. In fact, that's where I make a lot of money from. We find out that in business, if you have, your attrition rate is high, then profit, it reflects in the profit, right? So what is that one thing that can be done to increase the attrition rate of Black?
One of the things we have worked on now.
Oh, we are not hearing you again. The wind that is blowing on that palm tree, that wind is blowing on your Zoom. Speak now.
Am I back?
Good, you're back.
Yeah. So one of the things we have done recently, and the university has sort of gotten on board, is to build a sense of community with our Black workers, students, and faculty. Oftentimes you're isolated in one department, and so the struggles that you go through, you don't have somebody to lean on or to talk about. So it's for us to come together and with a sense of how do we move forward? How do we support each other? So we don't work in these silos that people can take advantage of us because they don't see others, and others are not coming to support us. For me, I do a lot of supporting others too when they're in difficulty or going through challenges. Or recently we had a student that was brought before counsel for misconduct. He had nobody to represent him. I heard of it, and so I went there to represent to ensure that this was not placed on his record because it had nothing to do with him. What was happening was that he was going through a lot of systemic racism within his department, and somebody needed to advocate for him. So I think one of the big things we need to do is to build community wherever we are, is to come together so we can move forward. I think one of the things they also tend to say is that Black people can't come together. But the challenge with that is that people often think that Black is monolith. We are not monolith. It's one thing you can say, oh, you're Asian or you're Chinese. Yep, that's one group. You're Indian, you're one group. As a Black people, we are not one group. There's some people from the Caribbean who were ripped from, or in Canada, who were ripped from their African continent to come to these countries and have to learn a new culture that doesn't mesh with other Africans. And so you have to now learn how to coexist and understand each other to move forward. So we are not necessarily the same based on our upbringing and how we have treaded this journey, but we can come together because we have some shared, whether it's trauma or history and how we're going to move forward, we have that we can lean on and as a group push forward. I was in a conference the other day and the speaker reminded us that while people continue to call us marginalized, we are not marginalized. If we all come together, we are part of the dominant group in the society.
Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. Let us go to Olga and to expand more. You've been doing this. I know I love bringing humor to my work, so there's a humor that I want to give. It's not letting me go forward until I give it to you, Olga. You said you work in the criminal department or something in the university. What do you people look at in that department? I'm very interested. Do they look at data and try to see crime and ethnicity, diversity? Does it even come in at all, or just educate me?
Yeah, so I'm a criminologist, and so yeah, that's part of it. Looking at crime rates, looking at data, looking at what police are doing. Oftentimes, we tell students, most of us are who are there, are critical in what in the work that we do, and we tell students, police data tell us more about what police do and who they're policing, as opposed to who's actually committing crime. Right?
So is there some nuggets you can share to us? There's something that perhaps it's not common knowledge to people like us who don't look at that kind of data. What is the data saying, basically, especially in the context of George Floyd Memorial Lecture?
Well, we know that there are, you had talked about, the language of ghetto. We know that, criminologist research tells us that Black people, Indigenous people are more likely, they're more visible and also invisible, more visible to police and to the public. When people are perceived them doing bad, wrong, but invisible when they're calling out for help, right? So they're both visible and invisible to the system of policing and crime and justice. Oftentimes we see policing going to particular communities because other people are scared of these communities, right? And so police are often in communities. And so if they're there in the presence and people are being more surveilled, more watched, they're more likely to get caught. There's a good book called Dorm Room Dealers, and it's about drug dealers on post-secondary campuses. And our research tells us when we look at actual rates of drug use, white students and racialized students as a group are engaging in this behavior at the same. But we see in our statistics and our data and our police rates that Black youth are the ones who are getting more policed, more surveilled, while the white youth are the ones kind of walking free, right? They're not being watched, they're not being targeted. So when we look at
sorry, Olga,
Yep.
information. So you're telling me from your associate professor that data is indicating that the crime or the not doing bad thing between the groups are the same, but one is more policed and it looks like they are doing more bad.
Yes, that is correct.
That's a layman's way to put it.
Yes, that is a layman's way to put it.
I would appreciate if you can send me after this. You have my email, of course. Send me some links and some stuff to look at so I can share with the group when I write the newsletter and stuff. They can see for themselves. That is powerful, but we don't hear this on the media. Why don't
you don't hear? And this is one of the things, that we focus on. At least I focus on. Different criminologists focus on different things. Actually, I had just submitted today a journal article with a student focusing on the media and how media report on crimes perpetrated by police against Indigenous people, and talking about whose voices are in these news items. Do they only give authority to police to have their voices in these news items? Are they talking to Indigenous people? Are those the quotes that line news articles? Whose voices do we hear from? And so we had one person kind of say, and they said, the police could make us disappear if they want to, right? And these voices, and this is an Indigenous woman who had said this, because we see police in our society as they're authoritative. They're the authority, right? And so everybody else's voices are kind of unheard. So I feel like there's that. And I think as part of kind of the work that I do and many of my colleagues do in the classroom is try to unravel these realities for students. Because I think most people, we get our news from media you were talking about, and you're talking about CP24. This is all we hear, boom, boom, boom. And there's no context, there's no explanation. And most people haven't spent 10 years of their lives studying criminology to try to unravel why are things happening the way they happen? Why do police certain communities? Why do we see crime rates in particular ways? Why do we see over-policing, over-enforcement? Right. So I think that's one aspect of it for me. And another aspect of it for me is, and this is again part of the structure of academia, kind of this idea of the work that we use, like kind of these foundational texts. And one of the things I try to do in my own work and in my own classroom is I pay a lot of attention to the people and to the author and the scholarship that I'm asking students to read, making sure that it's for a very long time, and we still see this now, it is kind of white scholars, because this is was the majority of who were academics, going out into communities, creating this deficit research. What is wrong with these people, kind of in layman's terms, and trying to create theories and ideas of how we can, again, in layman's terms, fix particular groups, right? Putting the onus on them. And I've really tried in my own classrooms to get work from various groups of people. So, for example, like when teaching about research methods, how to collect and conduct research, right? There's, I've started talking to students about Indigenous scholarship about research methods. What are some culturally appropriate and sensitive ways that we can collect research? What are different ways that we can view research? Bajeli Chalisa from University of Botswana has a really great book about Indigenous research methods. So putting in the classroom and ensuring, myself, I am who I am. This is what I look like, but I can, in my own classroom, have students read scholarship and books and work from other people to ensure that my classroom is diverse, to ensure that we are giving voice to all scholars and academics who are not regularly kind of elevated as foundational authors that we have to read. Anyways, so that's, I don't know if I answered your question. I just sort of
no, you did. That's an enlightenment. You were speaking, and I'm like, we need to bring you and have a session with you. That I never really thought of criminology, right? We get criminals, but people don't know there are people studying that aspect and how it relates to racism and stuff like that. So tremendously.
I just want to point out, I was co-author of this book. It's called, I know it's backwards, it's called Thug Criminology. And in this book, and we have letters from people in communities that are often over police, kind of quote unquote gang members, thugs. And we're really unraveling in this book, like, who's a thug? What are the racialized and coded black kind of codes that we kind of use for the language of thug, right? And talking to people in the community, having them write their own stories about how they have been policed, how they have been harmed, how these systems that have said that they're supposed to help them have actually put them in a cycle of further harm and marginalization. And so, so I can put the link to that book.
Yeah, so please drop the link there. Drop the link as well. For anybody that have a book, I love books. Like I said, I don't like school, but I love books. Kind of interesting. But put your link there as well. We'll come to you, Shania, and again back to Demian. But let's do Erica. Erica, since I met you, you talk of intercultural competencies. You talk of it as if that's the only knowledge in this one. And I love hearing you talk about it. I know we didn't give you much time. By the way, thank you for jumping in. I saw you right there and I said, we can't allow wisdom for like you to be behind the scene. You can come in just like Damian. You can come in quickly and share one or two words. Can you just give us a synopsis of what intercultural competencies are? I understand you go to organizations to help them, so you're not just a speaker. So there are some organizations here. In fact, there are a lot of EDI directors here. I looked at the profile and I've looked at it. Over almost 300 people have registered and come through this today. I'm monitoring the data, and they feel in their profession. I want to think many of them may not have heard of intercultural competencies. Please, a minute or two, give us a synopsis of what that is and what do you do to help organizations to have this kind of intelligence?
Okay, yeah, I'll try to give you a quick synopsis of it. So there's, I think over 50 definitions, probably hundreds actually. There's a lot of definitions of intercultural competencies, but I look at, for my research, and I developed the framework for my workshops on Deerdorf. She's a professor based out of the US. And she says it's the skills, knowledge, attitudes to be able to interact in intercultural situations. So as I said before, there's been a lot of critiques of it, though, saying that there's a laundry list, just a checklist. What can we do to become interculturally competent? It's a process, not a product. So I looked at her framework, and then as I was digging through the literature, I came across a researcher by the name of Sorrells who adds more of a social justice perspective. And that's where the power imbalance comes up, positioning ourselves. So I add that into my workshops. It can be a little uncomfortable for some people. I look at where people are starting from. It depends on the audience. I know some audiences are maybe all white, never encountered this before. So it makes people very uncomfortable. I come from the stance of education first. I'm not blaming people, but I want to make people aware of, some of them are really unaware, they say, of what's happened in the past. What's that history? So I go through the history, inform them of that, and then I do a lot of reflection work in my workshops as well, getting them to get into that dialogue space. And I also acknowledge that everybody's not extroverted. Like I consider myself more of a ambivert in between. So I'm not one who can walk into a room like Alex comes in, woos people all around, but I understand that some people are a little more quieter, and I put them in breakout rooms or, small groups. Yeah, and just try to get down to the what is it and how can you relate to it, and what can you do to foster your intercultural competencies.
Absolutely, and I love that. I love to throw curveball into everything. I'm a disruptor, as they say. In my book,
but I thank you for inviting me, Alex.
Yes, my pleasure. My book, Mystique of Leadership, my new book coming out, I'll be launching it in October at the Canada Leadership Summit, is the Mystique of Transformation. This one is the Mystique of Leadership, right? I wrote one called Welcome to Greatness. I'm writing another one called The Mystique of Greatness. And people say, why are you doing all this? I want to write a series of them. And the reason is, I have decided to debunk the myths and misconceptions about some of the critical topics we talk about. This leadership, who gave it to us? It's not Lord Lugard. It's not Christopher Columbus. This thing you just said, extrovert and introvert, is like when I talked about it in one conference, some professor ran after me. I'm serious. Who started? Did the person go to Africa to ask Charmaine's grandfather about extrovert? You just put a label, you just say extrovert. I used to work in the bank, and they'll come, oh, let's see what kind of leader you are. You are introvert, you are extrovert, you are pitrovert, you are private, you are this. They put all this private and things and these labels they put on everybody. Here's what I found was happening. Professors, correct me. That's why you're here. I found that when you put somebody, a label of somebody, in most cases, the person will live up to that label. So you look at me, people who know me, Mary Grogan is here. Charmaine knows me. In some situations, if somebody encounters me in some situation, they will not know I have confidence. They will not know I have this. I will break down. I'll be shy. I'll be crying. Like, so some people have seen me in that space. They're like, my goodness, you need to come on. You need to strengthen. They say, you're telling Alex to strengthen up. Are you kidding me? When you see Alex's energy, can you stand? But in the same way, so am I extrovert and introvert at the same time? So what I decided to do, I took away every label that people have tried to put me, both professional, ADDDD, or APT. I'm making a joke, by the way. I don't know what it's called. I'm just trying to say it doesn't make sense. You look at a young man, you say you are ADHD. Then you tell the mother, give him water to drink, give him this medication. Then the boy is living up to that. There's a quotation on this or a Bible verse, I don't recall. It says, people will live up to your expectations of them. If people had not told me I was a non-entity, I was a nincompoop, I was anything of those things in school, I probably would have been like Einstein. I'm still better than Einstein, but I'm just saying. Like I would have gone through academia and gained the academic knowledge. But they told me I was not a school material. That's what they said. And now they've offering me honorary doctorate degree. I refused them. That's the truth. They gave me one in Southern California University. They gave me one. I said, I don't want it. I don't. Somebody said, take it and use it. For what? That's just me. This is my position. That's why you say diversity. Charmaine say we should all be diverse in our knowledge. It's not only by color. So I love when they invite me to some academic conferences, one in New Orleans. They were all scientists doing genetics, something. They invited me to come and speak to them. After I spoke to them, the one came to me and said, where did you get your psychology degree? I said, degree? I hate school. What you heard me say is self-studied. That's all. Right? People study today and create a train to the mass. So boxing people with all these philosophies that were created by colonial masters, they were not even mistresses, they were masters. Canada's Charter of Rights, they invited me to the parliament to speak for Charter of Rights. I told the president, I said, warn them, I'm bringing fire. And I went there and I did research and I found there were 7 men, white men, who created Charter of Rights. Where's the woman? Erica, did they ask your grandmother? With Charter of Rights, 7 men sat in the room. Did you know that? You are Canadian. Many Canadians don't know that. So I told it to them in parliament that this thing was written by 7 men. Don't come here and come in to celebrate 50 years of Charter of Rights. Let's dismantle it and let's go and ask indigenous people, what right do you want? Let's go and ask women, what right do you want? And let's rewrite it. One minister said, can we remind Mr. Ihama that he has 2 minutes left for his presentation? I used the 2 minutes to address her. I say, with all due respect, I'm a professional speaker. All this one you are saying, I know your comment is not indicative of time management. It's indicative of the fact that you don't like what I'm saying. I told her right there on the spot. And I left, right? So that's my take on that. But the work you're doing, I've seen it, I've heard you. I want to recommend that any EDI people here, put your link. I know you have some links to put up there. Throw it in there. And you should all connect by yourselves. Olga should connect with you, fine lady, with the work she's doing. You should all connect, as they've been telling us, so that you can learn from intercultural competencies, you can learn from criminology, and together we can begin to make the change. Allow me to... Yes, absolutely.
I was going to say, and this is why I love attending, all of your, this platform, because I learned so much from you. It's a reminder, don't put people in boxes. You're absolutely right. So, I always take away something great when I come to these.
No, thank you. And your professors, they give you all these tools, but these tools, please look at where it came from. In most cases, it came from 5 white men who hate women. They hate blacks and hate indigenous. And they came up and start calling it some fancy names. Even Abraham Maslow. In my book, I addressed him. I said, if Abraham Maslow read my book, he will be turning in his grave. Turning in his grave! Abraham Maslow. Who did you ask to say these are 5 this thing? You have some sense, but these things are not law. Even laws that are made, the criminology professors here, the laws the government make, they don't ask people enough. They don't have diversity of data, and they just make those laws. So we should all, if we want to make a change, in my opinion, challenge the status quo. And that will continue to help you to make, and that's what you all are doing. And allow me to really, really honor you all for bringing you all just to share your thoughts on this. Dr. Mary Grogan, I'm not sure if you're still there. I would love you to meet Dr. Mary Grogan is like you all. He's a professor. I love professors because, no, let me rephrase that. I love professors that are disruptors. I'm not in love with professors that want to shove their knowledge down my throat and they cannot defend it. I'm serious. I've been to this. You've heard me. It's true. I say Abraham Maslow. You have been saying what data that gave him the authority to say these are the 5 hierarchy of needs. Did he go to Africa? Our needs in Africa is different. quickly, I'll tell you this, and I'll use what the time left. I like to go to prisons to meet prisoners and do prison work. You know, and here I went there to donate my books, 200 books to prison. The prison warder, not what I said, I should meet the chaplain. They started, long story short, they could not bring my books, which I was going to give for free. You know what one of the chief wardens said? He says, has it occurred to you that some of the prisoners will rip it and use it to smoke shit? That's what he said. This is the person that is supposed to help in the rehabilitation of those in detention center. Then I went to Africa also to donate my books. Do you know what the person there said? He says, I think there are more urgent needs than book here. Can you donate toilet paper for us? Toilet paper. I didn't even think of that. So I bought a whole bunch of toilet paper and took to that detention center. And I bought some bread and stuff for them. I kept my books to myself. The guy says, there's no light in this prison for us to even read your book in the night anyway. So, you know, and that was just where we were. So allow me to thank you. Before you all go, please, 30 seconds, last word for the Congress. Let me start with Shania, the woman with a beautiful smile. Go ahead. Last word for the Congress, because Dr. Mary is going to bring us home now. And everybody should listen to this fine woman, Dr. Mary, is about to speak. Your last word, Shania. Doesn't matter what it is. I won't control it. Go ahead.
Okay, I think I will just put the link on what we do in our organization. As far as what we do in the schools, we have a network for this advancement of Black medical learners, and this is in all of the med schools in Ontario, because currently Black physicians only make up about 2.5% of the physician population, and a lot of that is due to anti-Black racism. So a lot of the work that we're doing around that area definitely needs support, but we do have presence in all the med schools in Ontario. If any of your children are considering careers in medicine and things like that, make sure you're connected with us. So I'm just going to put our
That's true, and you're opening up a new conversation there. Like Black people have said, and there's data to back it, that they experience systemic racism in a hospital. So the pregnant women, I read a report, pregnant women says they don't treat them the same as pregnant women that are white. And then some say the sickle cell anemia, which is Black focused issues, don't receive enough funding and that. Do you guys, your organization rather, are you all focused on that, or that's just separate?
So actually, one of our board members is a sickle cell specialist, and Dr. Odame at Sick Kids is an honorary member. He's done a lot of amazing work around sickle cell as well. So we also work on the Black Health Plan with Ontario Health. And so when it comes to the sickle cell side, the quality standard, we do training around some of those things about when you are treating chronic conditions impacting Black community, but that would be more of like our community side. I thought because this is an education panel to focus on what we do in the schools, but just to say community education is a part of it. And currently we are working on a patient self-advocacy manual because so many people talk about how they, even when they're in their room with their doctor, they have to still advocate for the basics, for screenings. And just to say, medical education right now still needs a bit of an upgrade. They're saying 76 to 80% of the patients in Emerge are seniors, but you'd had to specialize, right, to be a geriatrician in the past to really know how to work with those complex care needs. So there's a lot that we're having to help the government build out. So yeah.
Absolutely. So thank you for that. And please, however I can support, I tell this to everybody, people think I just sit here. If you want me involved in your work, send me an email and my team will look at it. If I need to, I have a huge platform, that's the truth, and I am vocal and I'm very confident in delivering, as one person said, very difficult topic with humor, right? So if that opportunity exists, you need our support or you just need some advice, Shena and everybody, just know that we're here for you. Olga, I've always seen your name, Olga Marquez. Where are you from originally, if you don't mind me asking that name anyway?
I'm actually Portuguese background.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I'm sure maybe you know this, you don't, but Portuguese are the first to have come to Africa, they said.
Yes.
Yes, and they are closer to us. I was in Portugal in January, my first time. I was in Abu Beira. I don't know if you know that. Is it Abu Vera or Abu Beira somewhere?
Yeah.
From Lisbon. It's a beautiful place. I was there. So my first time. So your last word to us, please. No, to the crowd, not to me, not focus on me. So what is the thought you want to leave us with in 30 seconds as you exit?
I want to thank everyone and you and Odessa for letting me be here to make and making space for this conversation. I just want to kind of note that my last thought is not, at least for allies, not to be fearful, and not to feel and not to do things out of guilt, but to do things out of genuine respect and genuine want and need to make change and to transform. Being a disruptor, particularly when you're supposed to be not a disruptor, when you're supposed to kind of abide by the system because it was made for you, is a difficult place to be. But people are looking for you, and we shouldn't allow our Indigenous and Black colleagues and friends to shoulder all that responsibility on their own. So learn from people and can keep learning and and be reflective in the work that we do.
Yeah. She must be very happy, Dr. Mary Grogan, because her topic is reflective leadership. I see her like lit up like a candle, which she is a beautiful soul. Thank you so much, Olga.
Thank you.
Yes, Damien Bell, I'm glad to meet you. I know you've been following our work for a while. I see the name Damien Bell because Bell Canada, you can never forget. And Damien was one of the bullies in my high school, used to beat me up all the time. Damien. So when I say your name, I know you're not a bully, but Damien Bell, beautiful name you have. What part of Jamaica are you from?
I am from central Jamaica, Clarendon.
Clarendon. That's very interesting. I know your mayor very well, Winston Marriage.
Ah.
We donated $120,000 US worth of training program to Clarendon.
Perfect.
He heard me speak at the Jamaican Stock Exchange in an event, and he asked to meet with me. He brought me on Zoom, and he put all the heads of the prison, heads of the police on Zoom call. And they wanted me to build a program to reduce the rate of crime among young people.
Yeah.
So let's
Definitely
connect. I can tell you more about it. But
yes.
I know, I do a lot of work in Jamaica, a lot. In fact, I'll be there June 23rd to June 30th, speaking at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, speaking at the Honeyborn Foundation, speaking at a couple of places out there in Jamaica. So let's connect with that. Your last please in 30 seconds.
Last words. So as they try to erase Blackness, I think it's important that remember that we're stronger together. And as we rise, we should uplift others. So if you go through a door, kick it open so others can follow through. And if you can't leave that door open, open a window so they can see through and be sort of have a vision that this could be them too.
Wow, you are a philosopher too. Thank you so much for that last word. Very inspiring.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Mary Grogan, have you ever met Erica, Dr. Erica Mary? No, you are muted, Mary.
Erica Emery?
Yes, she's right here.
We're friends, yes.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
We're friends and collaborators. We've done a few things together already.
Yes, very good, because I would love to be involved in that few things you've done together, because two of you are brilliant, brilliant mind. Erica, thank you again. Always a delight to have you. And I support your work 1000%, and we'll continue to collaborate as we do as well. All right, so your last word in 30 seconds quickly.
Yeah, thanks again for inviting me to this platform and for all of the great conversations. Everybody has wonderful things to say. And my last words, as a repeat from what some of you have already said, we need to take that time to reflect on ourselves, and some work I do on biases. I never realized I had a lot of unconscious biases, because we all have biases. It doesn't make us good or bad. And working together, we need to collaborate. That means everybody in the room, white folk, people of color, Indigenous people, everybody in the room. Yeah, and keep on pushing through. I know it can be discouraging, the work. We've seen what's happening in the States, programs being canceled here, but just to keep on going. And I think it was Damien who said we are stronger together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so
And
much, For everyone that's here, thank you that you are still here. This is They say you save the best for the last. They're all best, and she's best. The other ones are best. But no matter how sweet that cake is, the cherry makes an impact. Mary, you're the cherry on the pie. And I'm glad you're coming to my home on Saturday. This is be amazing. Oh my God. I told you, my sister went into my library. I have lots of books here. Lots of books. And when I woke up the next morning, I saw your book on my dining table. I'm like, who brought this book here? She said, no, I saw it in the office. I'd love to read it. I just told her, I said, she's actually coming here on Saturday. So Dr. Mary Grogan, take us to the finish line for today's program. God bless you. You are muted, though. Go ahead. Go ahead. You should be fine. Good.
Oh, there. Now it's going. Hi. Thank you. I don't know, I've never been called a cherry, but you see how open-minded we all have to be when we work together? Thank you so much for inviting me, Alex. You've invited me to do a reflective session with people. Reflection is one of the most undeveloped, unteachable, non-teachable professional tools that every program fails to develop in professional development. And in just response to the other person, Shanae, I hope I say that name right, in my doctoral work on medical education, it was there in a school in the Caribbean that I realized reflective practice was missing. So I ran a practice for reflective practice. And one of the problems when you're probably an advocate for social change, for cultural awareness, similar to the work that Erica does around cultural competency, people are not always happy with you. And as a result, after several sessions, although I incorporated it into my book, it was canceled. People didn't really like me talking about cultural awareness because it was an American school working in a Caribbean school on a Caribbean island. And the simulated patients and the community patients, of course, were native to the island, so they were Black. And as a result, some of the biases came out, and I was working with them, so people got very upset with me. So I've been called a lot of things in my life as a reflective practitioner, a radical socialist, an ignorant Canadian, and a radical, I forget what they call, a woke Canadian. And really, I delight in the names because it means we're doing the work. So I'm going to just share my screen and begin this session. And again, thank you, Alex, for bringing me here today. It's always a pleasure to listen to everything and to reflect even as I'm listening to everybody's perspective and experience and wondering how is it that the whole world isn't on with us today? This is the bottom line. If we're going to make any progress, it has to be a shared responsibility. And in my book for the 7 C's of global leadership, I premise it on the fact that a new paradigm is required for leadership. The old white patriarchy is not working. We already see evidence of regression. The only way is to challenge the old paradigms, one being the form of leadership that's top down and that it's not reflective, inclusive, resilient, and collaborative. So it's with that context and that bias that I have around leadership that it's a new paradigm. And we can talk all we want about equity, diversity, and inclusion, but if we do not reframe some of the language to keep the conversations going, we're going to have more regression and a lot more fear. So my goal today is to have a reflection. I'd like you to reflect on your own experience at building resilience for yourself in the work that you're doing. And of course, whatever you benefit and fill your cup with, I know you all are filling other people's cup. And this is a time, this kind of conference, for us to step back, pause, reflect on our strengths, on our mission, on our shared goals and purpose, and work together. So in this work, you can choose courage or you can choose comfort, but you cannot choose both. And so I'm going to start with that challenge. Being a resilient leader, being a continuous learner for social justice, being open to coping in different ways and inviting different perspectives at the table, you need to choose courage and you need to be out of your comfort zone. And if you're not able to do that, you're going to feel isolated, alone, and sometimes quite paralyzed. And I think we all have moments there. So for me, this quote helps me, reminds me that when I'm stuck, when I'm afraid, when I wish to heck I hadn't opened my mouth at the wrong time, when I hadn't shared my passion, and where I had lost friends, when I maybe lost opportunities to share a meal at the same table, after the way I've spoken about what I think is important around social justice, I realize I made a choice. So I can't blame anybody but myself. And I think what we're doing today by a reflective session is taking a look at your own power, taking a look at your own purpose, reaffirming what are you putting in place to make sure you're growing in resilience, because these times are really meant to keep us quiet, push us down, and deny us. Anybody who's interested in social justice. This is a quote that I came across prior to my doctorate, and it spurred me to do my doctorate, and I didn't feel alone. Without reflection, we go blindly on our way, creating the same unintended consequences. Margaret Wheatley is an organizational change giant in the United States, and she has backed away from organizational change because she's exhausted at trying to dismantle and to create change in organizations that are still very white patriarchal, and does a lot more work on doing reflective leadership and building resilience through mindfulness practices. Reflective practice is the key to be self-aware. It's the key to be a self-aware, inclusive leadership and a key to your growth. Unless you're willing to step out and pause and quiet the voices around you and take full ownership for your experiences, examine them, explore them, play with them, change the kind of prism that you look through, look at your thoughts and feelings, find the strengths and weaknesses in the patterns of thinking and feeling and behaving, we will remain stuck, will remain down. If you're interested in resilience, you need to develop a habit of reflection, a discipline that Obama talked about, closing his door for every day for 10 minutes so he could think. From Nelson Mandela saying, I'm glad for my cell because at the end of the day, I get a chance to reflect. What are the triggers that get me going? What are the biases that I'm uncovering as I work with people, as I work with my students at George Brown, as I work with my coaching clients who are mainly women, where I do presentations on leadership? What is my bias? How is it showing up? What am I doing about it? Have I reviewed it? Have I acknowledged it? Or have I run from it? And reviewing my motivation and goal and making sure my values and behavior are aligned. For me, I do this every day for 10 to 15 minutes, reviewing my experience of the day, looking at the impact. Did the conversations that I had today, did the impact that I have today, whether it's the classroom or my community work or my family or around the dinner table with my children or my grandchildren or my friends, were my thoughts and feelings aligned with the behavior that is more geared to equity, inclusion? Did I make room for other voices? What triggered me to either be silent or to get really reactive? Because unless we know what the triggers and what our own trauma is and we take care of it, it can really interfere with our work. I know I'm triggered by comments around clear, willful ignorance around immigration. I work with international students, so I think I've become worse instead of better. But I know that when I hear people generalize about international students taking our jobs, causing our housing problems, and causing people to make comments about refugees and getting stories from the South below us mixed up with the refugees that come to our country, I know I don't do very well. I get triggered And so it's my main goal is to work on the trigger for me around language related to international students, immigrants, and refugees. The first thing I'd like to ask you is, can you assess your own resilient mindset? Do you have one? Do you believe, like Maya Angelou says or said, I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it? Or I like what Oprah says, where there is no struggle, there is no strength. I don't think there's anybody here that has not struggled to be who they are, to share their light, to be managed to cope with the barriers that have been in front of them, whether it's your gender, whether it's your age, whether it's your status, whether it's your color, whether it's your background, your religion, your clothing. There is no one here today, or you wouldn't be here, that hasn't either had struggle or held hands with people who are struggling. I know that all of us have to make a decision to say, am I being changed? What happens to me? This is a challenge. Every day I'm changed by the news. Every day I'm afraid. And I have to acknowledge it. And then I have to use Maya Angelou's word. I refuse to be reduced by it. I have friends who tell me they don't watch the news anymore. And I'm afraid for them. Because when they target one group, the next group is going to be targeted. We are not in a space where we can allow people to be silenced by fear. So I choose to be very conscious of my resilient spirit. I know it ticks people off. I know that they wish I would be silent at tables where I probably should be silent, but I refuse when I hear ignorance, willful ignorance, or language that reduces other people, whether it's student, a senior, an immigrant, or somebody else around the table, LGBTQ, whatever. And so reflective practice, that habit of taking time every day to review, allows you to look at your own resilience scale. Am I at a 1 today? Am I at a 10? Do I feel strong? Can I rise up? Can I keep going? Am I tenacious? Or am I so weakened today that I need to rest? I have a result of one of the reflections I've been doing since Trump came into power, and I heard all about the corporate business around DEI programs being dismantled. And I became very upset, of course, like all of you. And I decided the fact is I'm resilient, and I'm going to explore things that I didn't know and look at programs in research to find out what are the gaps in the D&I programs that I can learn about and that I can make change and make new paradigms. And so I've looked at some of the corporate people who are continuing with DEI programs in Canada, and I've looked at some of the myths and some of the gaps in the program and the delivery and the false way that people put ticked boxes, but they didn't have accountability or provide sufficient money. And I discovered that some of the problem and the uncomfortableness that resulted in conversations around history has really shut down a lot of people who are in the position of power. And so I asked myself, what new paradigms can I use? Because I'm going to continue to talk about DEI, but maybe not use that word. I'm going to continue to have conversation with corporate people. I run a program for entrepreneurship speaker series at George Brown. I'm constantly in touch with people who work in the corporate world. They're my guest speakers. They're my students. So do I need to be talking about DEI in a conflictual way? Or am I going to step back and find a way to be resilient, reflect on what I'm learning, and look at how I can shift a paradigm? And so now my focus, when I hear people talk about DEI and its failures and its limitations, I say, okay, put that aside and let's talk about how does your work culture ensure that you value the people you just hired? How are you mentoring them? How are you giving them a feeling of belonging? How are you touching base? And how are you celebrating and training other people around cultural awareness and competency? And when I start talking about cultural awareness and competency and connecting it to profit, because we know the research shows diverse perspectives around a table increase productivity, creativity, and profit, I find more people are more willing to talk, even though it really is D&I. It really is diversity and inclusion and equity. It's helped me improve difficult conversations where I am exasperated with people talking about all the reasons why D&I doesn't work and why it didn't improve things for Black people, where it didn't improve positions in the company, where it cost money, where it needs to go. And rather than take a polarized view, I'm able to have difficult conversations about some of the initiatives, some of the myths, and some of the conflicts and trends that people are using in their language about DEI, and being very clear that it's never about giving people who are unqualified positions, because that seems to be the narrative. It doesn't matter whether it's an airplane that flies and makes a mistake and has an accident. DEI is associated with every failure there is right now. And so I think it's important for me to be reflective and then dig into the research and find a new way to talk about it so that I can stay in a conversation that's uncomfortable. Because I don't want to leave it, and I'm not prepared to leave it, and it's allowing my values to discuss things that are not easy, that are difficult. And cultural awareness, a sense of value and belonging are the language I use more now than I did a year ago. And of course, that helps me clarify new goals and strategies so that when I teach, for example, or when I coach, I can ask about their sense of belonging, of where they work, and how that is having an impact on their dreams and their work and their plans for improvement, their plans for continuous learning, and their plans for leadership. So you have to ask yourself, what habits help you get back up again? Nelson Mandela makes it so simple. We all know how many times he fell down. How many years did he fall down? How many years did he have to force himself to stand up and walk and back to where he was mistreated and walk to the hard rock area in the jail? How many times did he have to stand up and speak on behalf of the people in the jail, on behalf of his rights to wear long pants, to not be treated like a child? What did he do? One thing I know for sure he did is he did reflect, because he wrote that in a letter to his wife. And so it comes down to, what do you do to care for yourself? How do you remain and retain and develop and enhance your wellness and wholeness? We are spiritual beings on a journey of growth and development, of building peaceful communities. Our mind and our body and spirit all require attention, and we often ignore one or the other. I know I do. Comfort food is a great way to avoid any kind of problems. But what we need to be very aware of is we need to be careful of how we talk to ourselves. When you're not feeling well, are you able to ask for help? What is your stigma? What did you learn about mental health? My counseling background for 20 years has helped me to ask for help and admit when I have anxiety, admit when I'm feeling imposter syndrome. I'm okay with that because I know I can't walk alone. I can't walk far if I'm alone. But I still think in all our communities, doesn't matter how much education you have, we have a real, especially leaders, have a real resistance to say, I need help. I'm not well. And what am I going to do? What new habits can I put in? And for me, mindfulness, working on breathing exercises, my walking by the lake. I live here by the Lake, Ontario. I walk every day by the lake. It helps my spirit and keeps my resilient energy moving. I can't walk by the lake and not know I'm part of creation, that I'm not part of a global village. I can't listen to music and not grab joy and embrace it, put it in my heart. I can't go to a dance and not get my body moving. So whether it's walking in nature, whether it's art, whether it's taking up yoga, all of these spiritual practices, although they involve the body, are a way to move the fear and the anxiety out into a more creative energy. And so I love what Pema Chodron says, fear is a natural reaction to moving closer to the truth. I don't know about you, but when I'm afraid or I'm angry, I want to deny it. I want to just forget it. I want to bury it. I want to avoid it. I want to hide it. I don't want people to know I'm that angry. And I try really hard to do something else to avoid dealing with it. But it sits somewhere in my heart. It sits in my gut and it sits in my brain. So I'm not the kind of person who really loves it, but I know that unless I know where this anger is rooted, and when I see injustice, I know I have to do something to move my emotion into an action. It's not enough for me to listen to somebody around a table make a comment that is disrespectful to someone, or marginalize it, or make ignorant statements about either Black people or Indigenous people or people who are racialized or immigrant or new to the country or refugees. It's not my place, if I'm a resilient, reflective leader, to deny it, bury, avoid, or hide it. I have to embrace it and tell myself it's natural. Even though I don't feel very well, it is a natural reaction to moving closer to the truth. And so pause and say, when the next time you're afraid, what is the truth that I'm holding on to? What is the truth underneath this fear? And now what am I going to do? How am I going to move my fear to action? For some people, it's journaling. For some people, it's taking a walk. For some people, it's breathing 10 times. And for other people, it might be having music. But for me, I have to go into a reflective mode, because if I'm still stuck in anger and I haven't made any change, I haven't motivated myself, I haven't inspired anybody else to come with me, then I'm moving nowhere. I am not leading. I'm just stuck. And we can't afford that. So what's one action that I can take to promote hope in my workplace? In the work that I do, what do I do to make people feel that there's hope in their journey, that there's hope despite all of the reality that's telling them they're not valued, that there may not be a job, that they may be homeless? What can I do? First, I can accept disappointment. I can help people embrace fear, disappointment, sadness, grief, but I can never lose hope. That's a choice. And I thank Martin Luther King for giving me these words to lean on and to say to myself, this is a choice. I refuse to be diminished by what's going on. I refuse to lose hope, as Martin Luther King reminds me. And so who are you partnering? And who are you teaming up with? Who is your support network? Because wherever we go in this work of justice, it's not enough that you're resilient for yourself. It's resilience that's going to influence and touch other people's lives and cause a ripple of change around the globe. The minute we forget that we have incredible power to be who we are, to share our light and our goodness and our influence, we are limiting ourselves. So in the bottom line for me is, I believe that we should all, if we're resilient and we're in this work, that we lead with love. That love is not a soft thing that we should just dismiss, but it's a radical act of resilience and justice. I believe what Bell Hooks says, that love is a radical act of resilience and justice. Do you? How do you know if you do? Well, are you able to listen to diverse voices with empathy? If you had to review at the end of the day, did you leave with compassion? Did you leave that conversation? Did you demonstrate empathy? Could you listen with your whole head and heart? Am I really building a caring and inclusive community in where I work? Do I invite the new person to the table? Do I ask for ideas from other people who I don't speak with? Do I look for feedback if I'm in a position of authority? Do I check in with other people about their experience? And so do I leave with integrity, vision, and accountability? Because resilience is really changing your head and your heart into action that's for justice, for equity, and inclusion. And I think we need to be reminded how I started. Resilient leadership is a choice. You can be courageous or you can be comfortable, but you can't be both. And I like what Audre Lorde says is when I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less and less important whether I'm afraid. People can say what they want because if you're in this work, you're not going to make, or you may lose, some very good friends. People will distance, but other people will be attracted to your light. People with similar lights are attracted. They will hold hands. They will support. They will walk with you. So it gives you a chance to decide, am I courageous or am I comfortable? Am I going to stay with what's happening or am I going to speak out? How am I going to use my voice? How am I going to advocate for what I need to advocate for, depending on the kind of work I do? Because without community, there is no liberation. It's not enough I advance. It's more important that we all advance, or there is no liberation for anybody. So thank you very much. I hope you've had a chance to reflect on your own experience and your own capacity for resilience. And I'll just take some questions if it's okay with Alex.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Hello.
Hi. Any questions?
Yes. Any question?
Well, we have no questions. That's great. I'm not sure if I went over time, but I don't know, Alex, if I went over time, but you know, this whole question of immigrant, what triggers me, the immigration, there's been so much happening in the news that I think it's really critical we find patterns to help our resilient spirit because we can really lose hope.
Jacqueline, did you have a question? Mary, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, Carrie Ann has a question.
Carrie Ann has a question here.
All right. Carrie Ann, go ahead. Okay, you can unmute now, Carrie Ann, go ahead.
Sorry, Alex. All I was going to say is there's lots of questions in the chat.
Okay.
So let me just go through.
Oh, yes, please.
The first question was, Mary, how do you deal with burnout?
That's an excellent question.
Excellent question. That you are asking Mary the question that she was born to answer.
I think here's a good one. Because I do workshops on burnout and boundaries. One of the problems that leaders have who are really dedicated to social justice in particular are often so generous with their time that they often work at underpaid or volunteer, or they do so much mentoring outside their official role that burnout is certainly a reality. And so we need to remember that as givers, that it's important we set limits because takers don't have any. The takers don't have limits, and the leaders constantly are giving. So I think the first thing people need to do, and I have to do it, is I have to check my own self to make sure that when I'm giving, that the other person is giving as well. And that when I'm feeling burnt out, that I stop and say no. No is a single sentence, and it's not easy to do when you're considered a giver, but it's something we need to learn. And I think it's also connecting with people who have like mind. And just, you know, Erica, for example, that was on earlier, Or Paul, I know I can call any of those people to say, here's what it's like for me as a white person at a table where people are speaking like this. What would you say? What have I said? What, I can go to people and ask. I'm not I'm not embarrassed or ashamed. And if I'm not doing well mentally, I know I can ask for help from somebody that comes from that area. So I think it's asking for help and setting very clear boundaries when you feel used and drained, and learning when to back off a conversation where people are not interested in the facts, where their opinion matters more than respect. There's nobody in this group that hasn't got some expertise. But the minute we start talking about injustice, people find that it's an opinion. And so I think using evidence and research and facts about patterns of discrimination. And if people aren't interested in the facts, I think we need to walk away sometimes from a table that's not valuing us. I find it hard to say that, but I have done it. I hope that helps carry in some of those thoughts. Any other questions?
Sorry, Mary, I couldn't unmute. I'm like dancing, like I'm like I can't unmute. So thank you, Kathy, for that question. And then Linda Carter had a question for you, which I thought was fantastic. And the other question she had was, how do you reflect when you feel stuck?
I think that's the whole time when you either decide to pause and find out what's going on in your body, because not everybody's a reflector. Like I operate from my head. So it doesn't matter if it starts from my heart, if I feel sick in my heart or my gut. I have a practice, a discipline. I do it every day for 15 minutes. Stop and reflect. So if I'm feeling really stuck, I'm feeling exhausted, I still need to pause and sometimes just touch the part of my body that's feeling exhausted and give it rest. I think the body speaks to us. It tells us we're worried, fearful, anxious, but our culture tells us to deny the unity of the body and the mind and the spirit. We've been taught that the body's one thing and the head's another and the spirit's separate. And in fact, the body's is there's a book, Body Keeps the Score. The body gives us messages every day. If you're tired, you got to listen. I know I have my own problems. Stopping. I have very high energy, and when I start to be probably normal energy level some days, I think that's the end of me. I'm getting so old. So I have to use a sense of humor and remind myself that nothing stays the same. If I'm stuck today, it doesn't mean I can't move that emotion, because that's where the word comes from. The Latin word is to move into motion. Our emotions, if they're not moved, they stay where they are. Think of somebody that's depressed. They don't either do something different to move their body, even though they're depressed, or they run from it or suppress it. So it's really important to pay attention to the body's voice and to move our body. I think Alex has got his.
Alex got a speaker off, or he's needs to mute himself.
I hope that makes sense, Linda. Okay.
The next question, I think Alex is gonna have to unmute Paul for him to be able to ask his question. So I'm gonna go with the question from Supa, and then we'll have Paul get unmuted. And so Supa's question was, how can parents and caregivers partner together with administrators and educators to support more resilient children and students?
I think that's an excellent question. I was a guidance counselor for 20 years. And when the conservative government came in, they took away the guidance counselors. And now they're saying we need more counselors. And what I find is very dangerous is to stigmatize normal development, normal anxiety, just like we have fear when we are witnessing an accident or a crisis. And we're very careful not to label people too early. We all have mental health challenges. We need to partner with schools. Parents need to partner with schools, and demand that there are programs available to all children so they learn how to communicate and to emotionally regulate. So I used to run groups in school. I don't even think that happens anymore. People say they have no time. But rather than a punitive model, we need to insist that schools are there to help children learn discipline, and they should be disciplined with restorative measures, not punitive. The minute we shame, just ask Alex, the minute we shame and blame the student for being the student, for being at that young age of not knowing, or a habit that they're not able to change because they haven't learned how, is the minute we failed our children. So I think this is an excellent question. We need our children to be able to cope. And I guess one of the first things parents do, I know I do it with my grandchildren, is I threaten to take the phone instead when we have a conversation. I stop the phone. So they're not always happy with me, but that's part of parenting. And I think schools and parents need to work together to say, what are we doing to develop skills, to develop conflict resolution, to allow children to express emotion? Whether are we teaching, the research shows that yoga and mindfulness prevents a lot of anxiety in children. There's already research. How many schools would have a yoga program every day that could start classes for 10 minutes of breathing? Simple things. You don't need a counselor to do that. You need a lot of the therapeutic art people on staff that would buy into that. So I think we need to retrain some of the teachers, give them some understanding of mental health and how that looks, what that looks like. Our children are living in the same world we are. And parents are really full of anxiety these days about their job, about traffic, about hours, about family life, around mortgage. These are hard, very tough times, and we neglect children all the time. So we try to protect children from the truth instead of helping them face the truth. We're very privileged in the West, let's face it, you know? So I think that it's important to teach children how to emotionally articulate what they're feeling, that there are programs for that in the school, that they should check with the school. What are they doing? And how can we work as partners? Maybe a parent needs to go in and help. How are they going to use some expressive arts to get rid of some of that tension? What kind of conflict resolution skills are being taught? And what are we doing about kids as they watch the war? How are we handling what kids are seeing on the news? I know I have a 7-year-old wants to know, is there war here? She doesn't know, she doesn't know the geography. Like, there are things they're watching. And I've explained to my young children, primary, elementary school, LGBTQ, what that is. They go to the parade. Thankfully, their mother's a journalist, so they go to the Pride Parade. In the family, there's not too much that isn't talked about, whether it's justice issues, whether it's typical things that kids have problems with, sharing, caring, who's friends, who do we invite over, why are certain kids excluded, how do we include other kids in our home, what kind of discussions are we having around the table. So I really think we need to look and see, how are our kids being treated? How are we prepared for the crisis? How are we giving skill development? I think those are great questions.
No, thank you. And I think, Mary, you're very bang on. And it's not just our children that are in well, we'll say K to 12, but it's also in the universities
For sure.
and then also in the workforces, right? Being able to center people back and bringing folks back to the conversation. So thank you. And Supa said thank you. So I guess you answered his question. And then finally, I'm going to hand the mic over to Paul and he can ask his question. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie Ann.
Hey, Carrie Ann, nice to see you shining bright like a diamond, as you always do. Dr. Grogan, you and I have had so many candid conversations, and I wanted to just kind of piggyback and ask you a question about the scrutiny that people who present like us may face. And one of the things that we spoke about is if the label that's given to us from hegemonic or hegemonic systems is that we're taking the role of white savior, we've sat and talked about, we need to consider the source. When the people on the ground who are begging for allyship, advocacy, co-conspiracy. And I don't like to use those terms. I like to use the word partners and leaders
Yes.
in this work, because again, if systems are segregating EDI work, then they're not doing the work properly.
That's right.
So I just wanted to share that kind of armchair quarterbacking is when we face this kind of scrutiny and our wings get clipped and we get stunted, we normally lean on the support of the people that we are working with. We don't do this work for people, we do it with people. So that's just something that Dr. Grogan and I have shared. And Supa, you asked a question that Dr. Grogan articulated in such a large scale facet. I'd like to just give you, as a principal and somebody that currently writes policy, something that we did to engage parents, caregivers, and families into schools is creating authentic communities of practice. Now, people use the term community of practice incorrectly all the time. A community of practice is not gathering a group of administrators and having a discussion. It's diverse roles and diverse perspectives for a common goal. So in the schools that I've been able to lead, and Dr. Grogan and I spoke about it, we brought in diverse perspectives from parents and members of the community in a platform called a pre-mortem, so to act before disaster happens and get their perspectives on policy and things within the school. And Colleen James spoke about it as well, is and so did Pauline Christian, and so did many others. But if you don't have a seat at the table, bring your own chair and bring your own hammer. What we did as a school community was built bigger tables. And we did it together, again, reinforcing the fact we don't do the work for people, we do it with people. So that would be a piece, is maybe just forming true communities of practice and bringing these diverse perspectives before things happen, not after. And then, I want to leave any other comments for anybody else, but I just wanted to share, Mary, that you've been an inspiration for me. Your book is incredible. It is so simple and pragmatic, and it just provides such beautiful insight to the work that we all collectively need to walk together and do. So thank you so much, everybody. And thank you for the platform. And thank you, Dr. Grogan and Alex and everybody else for this space.
Thank you, Paul. I think Paul and Eric and I have a special alliance because it isn't easy being a minority. We don't even have to tell you that. You're often the marginalized group, but I don't have any problem sharing space with people who are in the same mindset. It's hard time when we're with people that aren't. It doesn't matter their background, but people who are not concerned and don't see that that really we are all in the same global human family, that we do not share the same human connection, that progress in one area is going to affect all of us. I have problems being with people like that. I don't have problems with people who are different than me, but I certainly have problems with people who have a high level of discriminatory language against any kind of people. I've been really blessed in my career. I had children I didn't know even what trans was 30 years ago when I was a counselor, and some children were very self-harming and told me that they weren't sure who they were. And I remember just hugging one of the children and saying, "You are beautiful. It doesn't matter who you think you are. I know who you are. You are a talent musician." I remember saying that. And now today I can say that that child was probably a trans a child who's probably was facing the wrong, like really just an unsettling feeling in their own body. We didn't have the language. But when your heart is with humanity first and you're serving, fear goes. It doesn't matter if you've made a mistake because there's sufficient trust that people will give you feedback in the dialogue. That's what my hope is.
Mary, obviously they don't want you to leave. Everybody's enjoying you, including myself, of course. I don't know if you touched on this question. I was going to let us bring it to a close, but this question is very important. I said, Mary, can you talk about the concept of white fragility? How can we address those issues in the workplace? Also, how can someone who oppress can become an oppressor? But I think there are two questions here. One is white fragility, and the other one is oppressor. That's from Jean Mary Vianney. Thanks for asking that. But that's a good one. The white fragility one, I think.
That's a big question. I have to say to you, I've read, I think the book, is it White Woman Talking or White Woman? And I read the book White Fragility. I've been in a group with white people and mixed Black and white people in a book club for white fragility. And there's a lot of truth that when people are uncomfortable, they switch topic or they blame or they redirect. All of that is true. What I find difficult is if somebody tells me a story of being harmed, whether it's Erica or whether it's you, Alex, or whether it's Sheila here, or whether it's Jenny here, or Linda, I'm empathetic, so I may even cry. I have wept when I've watched some of the people being picked up in the States. Is that white fragility? I'm not an immigrant. I'm not a brown person. I'm not a Muslim with a hijab being picked up off the street. But I have wept when I see harm, and when I hear a story, my heart is open. And the problem I have with white fragility is, again, the label. It does exist. White people have not experienced the oppression that Black people have experienced. And it's very hard to listen to some of the stories. But that's not a Black person's problem. That's a white problem. So there is a fragility, but I would call it an armor. But when a white person or a Black person or a brown person or any person reacts with real, authentic tears, it shouldn't mean that there's something wrong with them. So I do never want to give up my capacity to respond with empathy. And if my tears bother somebody, then that is not my problem.
So if you let me jump in there, Mary, a great response. You don't have white fragility problem. Like, I know you personally, right? So, and what the examples you are sharing, I know a lot of white folks who are supporters of ED and social justice. In fact, initially when I got into this thing 3 decades ago, just the way they labeled Black folks, that's how, in my own mind, I labeled white folks too, right? You know, there are some Blacks I speak to, they say, all whites are racist. That's not true. That's not true, right? It's like saying all Blacks are this, or all Blacks are ignorant, or what. There's not all, the word ALL, to me, if it's not about joy, happiness, food, it's not true. You know, you're in a relationship. Oh, you always do this. That's not true. That's not true. There must be some time that relationship person did not do it. You can say sometimes you do this or often, but when you say all, it's very powerful. Now, I have the book upstairs, White Fragility. When it came out, somebody bought it for me. I don't recall who, but somebody bought it for me as a gift, and I read it. And I get it a lot in the work I do. What the book talks about, I didn't come up with a concept. The book talks about the fact that when you bring up topic of social justice, they feel offended, or they feel slighted, or they feel, oh, he's talking down on us. Maybe there's somebody here today who feel, oh, Alex is talking down on us because we're white. Well, that's white fragility right there. Because what, if you know me, you know that I love dogs, cats, I love everybody. That's me. I won't be doing this if I don't. You cannot be a social justice advocate if you don't have love in your heart. If you are always offended by something that, it may just be a one-off situation or you don't have enough evidence about it, that's fragility in itself. There are Black people, I don't know if there's a concept of Black fragility, but I do know that, there are some Blacks, I was in the, where was I? Somewhere in LA, Universal Studios. There was a Black girl. I just wanted to talk to somebody and I said, someone don't stop on me. I just looked at her for the 2 seconds. I said, "Why are you staring at me?" She was like, and she's Black. I'm Black. Like, what do you call her? Racist? No, right? She has issues. That's the truth. I don't know what issue she has. Maybe somebody's dying. Maybe she's just, I don't know. Issues. Say her people, her people. But in the space of diversity, since I've been doing it, I always find there's somebody, in most cases white, who would take an offense at something that is not even offendable. That's a word. That's white fragility. That's how this, I think it's a woman who, that's how she explained it in that. We cannot truly do this work if we don't have allyship from white folks, allyship from Chinese, Indian, it doesn't matter, allyship from anybody that is in the vicinity. You can't. But if you are out there listening to me today, maybe you're white or you consider yourself as white or you are or any other group you are, and then you are taking offense at somebody that, something that, you don't have experience in, you don't know how I feel. As I said to one woman today, I think it was Erica or whoever, a white guy can be driving above speed limit. A Black guy is driving below speed limit. They will stop me in most cases, not all cases, but in most cases they stop. We know even when I'm going below speed limit, I still step on the brake when I see a car. Well, it's just what happens to us because of what continues to happen to us, right? But when somebody is offended by that, that's white fragility. I give you a true example. I'm telling you this one directly. I said into every group. I went into I know one of the company, I won't mention the name, doing the work. And I referenced slavery and I referenced the fact that white people were taking, Black people didn't take Black from Africa to sell them. It's a known fact. And one person took offense. He says, that comment, I should have warned them before I told them. You see, Mary, you're already twisting your eye. He said I should have warned them before I was going to tell them that there was slavery. I should, ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm going to talk about slavery, so if you are going to be offended, close your ear. Exactly, right? So
But that's the argument.
That's white fragility right there.
But that's the argument they're using. And I have a quote about woke. Probably my biggest problem is when I hear people refer to somebody as woke. What's helped me, because I get so triggered myself, is I ask people, so would you prefer that people walk through their life with their eyes closed and be uneducated? Because really that's what woke means, is to be awake. And I find that this whole business of white fragility, we have to get past. Many people cannot handle difficult conversations.
Yes.
Regardless of who's operating. They can't hear it from their children as the kids struggle. This is why parents come in and rescue the children and they don't learn to be resilient, is because we believe we're supposed to fix and sort and solve everything as if we know everything. And I think that that's a big mistake of white fragility. And the other thing I think that we didn't talk about is I think there's a lot of fear. Because if you start talking to me about slavery or you start talking to me about some of the colonization practices for indigenous people, the first thing I'm going to hear from white people is, I didn't do it. Why are we talking? I'm not responsible.
That is what the book talked about, being
And
white
that's the
fragility.
part where people need to put away that shame reaction because it shuts down conversations. We need to be able to say, we're going to have a difficult conversation. Are you in or are you not?
Yes.
Because I think that's where I've even made mistakes. And I'm white, but I'm just shocked that educated people would choose to remain comfortable and not have a conversation. I don't know what it's like to live in Nigeria, but thankfully I've had students from Nigeria who tell me some of their experiences of living there and immigrating in school and how it's changed. And I don't have those experiences, so I feel very blessed. So it's around your framework, your lens. If your lens begins with, we are human together, we are beings, we are created by the same light, the same creator, and we're family, then it's like any family. I may not have to like you, you may not have to like me, but we have to work together
Absolutely.
because
Listen,
we
Mary,
share
let
the
me thank
problem.
you. Let me
Racism
thank
is
you.
not a black problem. It is a
No,
common, it's a global, it's a human problem.
It's an epidemic, as I call it. So listen, Mary, let me thank you so much. You
Thank you.
always answer the call, always show up at the Congress,
Thank
and
you.
always do what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yes.
including me.
No,
Beautiful.
thank you. Thank you for being here. Kathy McDonald, I think you know her very well. She says, thanks, Mary. Your answer was amazing. I sent heart emojis. Your little gem gave me goosebumps. Disrupting ABR and trying to implement sustainable solutions, especially in this climate, is exhausting and toxic. Can you put love emojis on this thing for Mary as she exits?
Thank you.
As she
Thank you.
exits the building, absolutely, as she exits the building, and then
Thank you.
bring this to a close, and we can still stay a bit and discuss if anybody want to have a quick chat. Allow me to thank you all for still being here. For those that, especially those who were here from the beginning and they're still here. There are many. If I start to recognize some of you, I know personally, but I would recognize Diana Ali De Souza, who was our Nation Builders Award recipient at the Canada Leadership Summit. So thank you, Diana. You've been here from the beginning, continue to fight. Christine Rosselloin, our representative for School of Greatness in Jamaica. Big up, right? That's what you'll say out there in Jamaica. Errol Cyrus, you know, you're a bullet. You didn't get to say a word. Your presence there counts. You continue to use your voice. If you are there, or certainly you always have something inspiring. Errol Cyrus, I don't know if you are there. I didn't prepare for this, but you always have those poems or those spoken words that is very inspiring. So if you want to use that as the last thing for tonight, for this evening, certainly as well. Jacqueline Delay, Jacqueline Silvera, you didn't get to speak, but certainly I would love to hear more about your work in the health industry. Samuel Lal, leader in Royal Bank, but advocates for social justice. Love your book and what you continue to do about that as well. Kathy McDonald, you are a living legend, certainly in the school board and the work you continue to do, not just in the school board, but around the community. Christine Bigras, always there from the day we opened the Canadian Congress 5 years ago. Your name probably 80% in all our events since we started. We've had over 1,000 events. We've impacted our mailing list from Canadian Congress almost 50-something thousand people. And I mean, endless and endless and endless. And there are some people that have been very consistent. Christine Bigras, you're one of them. Linda Carter, allow me to honor you. You're from a family of social justice legends, and you are one yourself as well. So thank you. I know you all didn't put on cameras and stuff, but for you to still be there, that you're driving or whatever you're doing, makes a lot of difference. I just want to take that time. Super D. Miko, D.A. Miko of the Miko family in Brampton. Your family, your dad stood for this. I don't know your grandfather, but I know your dad, and I know your brothers, your sister, your mom. You just continue to advocate and speak. Your life is representative. Your life itself is representative of social justice. Theo Boake and the rest of you, Trishan, Renee Edwards, Sophia Ali, like the rest of you, and those of you watching on YouTube. Some people are sending me message they're watching on YouTube. I keep forgetting there's YouTube. I'm sure there are questions there on YouTube we didn't even get to. Rest assured, I will get to all of them. But allow me to round up by saying this. By saying that if you've been listening here today, and of course it's on YouTube, you can find it on my YouTube channel. This was streamed live, it's still being streamed live. I can summarize everybody's message into four. One, We can be more. You can be more. You can be more. It doesn't matter. You could be a bus driver, you can be more. You could be a toilet cleaner, you can be more. It was Martin Luther King who said, no matter your job, no matter what you do, he says, even be it sweeping the street or washing the toilet. He actually said that. He said, do it so well that the living, the dead, and your bone could do it no better. Alexia says you can be more. Take that away. Live here today. I don't say I need to go get my master's degree. If you need to, fine for you. I need to go get my PhD if you need to, fine for you. But where you are, you can make a difference. In fact, you are a difference. Oh my goodness. I'm bringing this to a close. Don't get me going. So that's one. You can be more. Number two, you can do more. Absolutely, you can do more. But you can't do more except you understand that you are more. We were created in the image and likeness of God for crying out loud. Like, come on. We're giving dominion over it. You see, Alex, I want to have your confidence. You want to bring out your confidence. It's in you. What have they told you that trapped you in the box? That you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not tall enough. They told me all that. I'm not smart enough, I'm not good enough for school. So you can be more and you can do more. This is the things these people have come here to tell you about, and many of you are still here listening. And then the third one, you can have more. More of fulfillment, more of fun, more of peace. You can have more. We're not going to look at what Donald Trump is doing, and because of that, we won't live our lives. Like those who want to ruin, like those who decide that their lives is going to be an instrument of evil or axis of evil, as George Bush once said. You can't stop it. You can't stop even your boss. You can't stop your colleague. You can't even stop your children. The only thing you can do is stop yourself. That's the truth, right? Control yourself, your emotions. So you can have more. Like, don't restrict yourself. I'm going to leave this. I'm taking my little nieces, pick up my son from school, where I'm taking them out. They're going to eat, whether McDonald's chalet somewhere. We have fun. After that, I drop them home. I'm heading out. Like, I'm not going to be dragging my feet because of the EDI backlash. You can't. At a certain place in life, you become unstoppable. Put it on the chat. Somebody like this, say, I'm unstoppable. Say it out. Scream it. I'm unstoppable. Absolutely, you are. Indeed, you are. The only person that can hold you back is you. That's the truth. They asked, what's his name, Nelson Mandela, how was it to be in prison for 27 years? He said, that's what you think. They put my body in there, but my mind was never in prison. I imagine, there were times I imagined myself walking in the park. Times I imagined myself swimming in the ocean. You're like, what? You were in prison. No, you thought I was in prison. My mind was never in prison. So you are unstoppable. Right there, I say I'm unstoppable. Absolutely. And some people will say, oh, what's it doing motivational? Okay, if that's what you think, good for you too. The people that are writing it, look at it. Look at it. The people I mentioned, Diane Ali. Diane Ali has for the last 40 years has been transforming lives from Himalaya to India to wherever, University of Toronto. There are many people that are doctors today because of her. When I say you're unstoppable, she is the first there to run and put it. That's responsiveness, I said in my book, is the highest form of responsibility. If you can't respond to a demand of you, you can't respond to social justice. Because social justice is not calling your name. Social justice is calling names of those who are minoritized, marginalized, those who are suffering. So you can be more, you can do more, you can have more. And finally, my friend, you can give more. Yes, I said it, you can. You can. Refresh yourself, build a network of support. If you want to join the WhatsApp group or some of the groups we have, send me an email. We have so many groups. We have online group, this group, that group. Take a course. Go to Canadian Congress on Diversity. Take a course on how you can give more, right? And let us know how we can support you, how we can support your organization. We have over 1,000 people have spoken on this platform. 300 are consistent. The Paul Nelly, the Kerian, the Mary Grogan, many of them consistent. You need a speaker for your organization, let us know. You need a consultant, let us know. You need whatever you need. That's the truth. Canadian Congress is an end-to-end. That is, we have consulting, training, we have online courses, over 500 online courses. So you don't even need to go, just log in, pay. Some courses are $10, some are free. Go on Canadian Congress Diversity.ca. Some courses are free. Learn how you can how you can give more. So thanks everyone again for being here. Know that even on a lovelier note, you are stronger than you feel. Indeed, you are stronger than you feel. You are wiser than you know, and you are more beautiful than you can ever perceive. Right? So we've been challenged, you've been empowered, you've been inspired, and you've been equipped with skills, tools, and techniques to become a social justice advocate. It's not a profession. Social justice advocate is a mindset, and your profession is you are meant to use that mindset in your profession. God bless you all for being here. I will send out a survey. We hope that you will fill the survey. It's officially the fifth annual Just Floyd Memorial Lecture is over. I'll stay here to say maybe one or two things to anybody that wants to, but thank you and God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Get up, stand up. Down the body, all right. God bless you. Stand up. Stand up, body, all right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Absolutely. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Stand up, body, all right. Get up, stand up. Stand up, body, all right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up your fight. Stand up, boy, all right. Get up, stand up. Stand up, boy, all right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Stand up. Stand up, boy, all right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
Love you, Alex. Have a good night.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Same to you, brother. What time on Saturday?
Yes.
What time?